Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Sleepy Crime. I know many of you enjoy listening to these stories as you fall asleep. So before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this story involves real people and real tragedies. We tell these stories not for entertainment, but to remember the victims and perhaps help others recognize the warning signs that could prevent similar tragedies. For the best experience, feel free to lower the volume a little, just enough to let the story gently carry you off to sleep. Alright, please get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's first story. In the quiet suburbs of Jacksonville, Florida, where palm trees sway gently in the coastal breeze and families go about their daily routines, a story unfolded that would shake a community to its core. This is the story of Ayanna Michelle Sawyer, a bright 16-year-old girl with dreams bigger than her years, a promising future within reach, and a secret that would ultimately cost her everything. It's December 2018. Christmas lights are beginning to appear on houses throughout Jacksonville's Arlington neighborhood. Students at Terry Parker High School are counting down the days until winter break. For most teenagers, it's a time of anticipation and excitement. But for Ayanna Sawyer, time was running out in ways no one could have imagined. Ayanna was not your typical teenager struggling to find her way. She was exceptional. Her report cards told a story of dedication and intelligence. Straight A's across the board. While many of her peers were still figuring out their futures, Ayanna was already on track to graduate early. She had accumulated multiple college scholarships, evidence of her hard work and the promise educators saw in her. Those who knew Ayanna described her as a homebody, someone who found comfort in familiar places and familiar faces. She wasn't the type to stay out late or disappear without explanation. Her world revolved around her mother, Kimberly Mobley, her grandmother Winella Haynes, and her close-knit family. She spent most nights either at home or at her Aunt Naomi Mobley's house. Nowhere else. But beneath this portrait of a model student and devoted daughter, something dark was taking shape. Something that would eventually unravel everything. By December 2018, Ayanna was 5 months pregnant. For her mother, the news had been shocking at first. Kimberly Mobley wrestled with the reality that her teenage daughter was going to become a mother herself. But as the weeks passed, as she felt the baby kick for the first time, Kimberly's heart softened. She accepted it. The family accepted it. They were preparing to welcome a little girl into the world. A baby Ayanna had already named Hazel Michelle Mobley. There was just one problem. Ayanna wouldn't tell anyone who the father was. When pressed, she offered only a name, Jose. Just Jose. No last name, no details. It was a secret she held close. And it was a secret that would prove deadly. The day began like any other Wednesday at Terry Parker High School. Students filed into classrooms, gossiped in hallways, checked their phones between classes. For Ayanna, morning classes passed without incident. But when lunchtime arrived around 11 o'clock, something changed. The surveillance cameras captured Ayanna leaving the school grounds. She was wearing a white hoodie with the word pink emblazoned across the front, light blue jeans and black and white Adidas shoes. In her hands, she carried 2 large bags, the kind of bags you pack when you're planning to be gone for a while. She walked with purpose, not the hesitant steps of someone sneaking away, but the confident stride of someone who had somewhere to be. Someone was waiting for her. Someone she trusted. That surveillance footage would be the last confirmed sighting of Ayanna Sawyer alive. She never returned to class that afternoon. She never came home that evening. She simply vanished, as if the earth had opened up and swallowed her whole. At first there was confusion, then concern, then growing panic as hours turned into days. Kimberly Mobley knew immediately that something was terribly wrong. This wasn't like Ayanna. She wouldn't just run away. She wouldn't abandon her family. Not when they'd rallied around her. Not when they were preparing to help her raise Hazel. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office launched a missing persons investigation. They canvassed the neighborhood, interviewed friends and family, followed up on every lead, but there was nothing. No trace of Ayanna, no activity on her phone, no sightings. It was as if she had simply ceased to exist. To understand what happened to Ayana, we need to go back further, back to when the family dynamics began to shift in ways that weren't immediately obvious to everyone. Jonathan Joy Cokeheels was an Ayana's blood relative. He was her uncle by marriage, having been married to Kimberly Mobley's sister, Naomi. In the early days, he seemed like a normal member of the family. Winella Haynes, Ayana's grandmother, would later recall that Quills was a good uncle. He was a cool uncle. But something changed. Or perhaps something was always there, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for an opportunity. Ayana and other relatives would sometimes stay at Quills' home for weeks at a time. It wasn't unusual in their family for cousins and nieces and nephews to bounce between households. But during these stays, something inappropriate began happening. Something that would only come to light much later. The first hint came during Thanksgiving 2018. Just weeks before Ayana's disappearance, the family had gathered for the holiday, filling the house with the smells of turkey and sweet potato pie, with laughter and conversation. At some point, Winella Haynes walked outside and stumbled upon a scene that made her stomach drop. There was Quills with Ayana, holding her in what Winella would describe as a full embrace. Intimate, inappropriate, not the casual hug of an uncle and niece. His hands wrapped around her body in a way that spoke of something more. When Winella appeared, Quills jumped. He was startled, caught. Winella immediately went to Kimberly. It might be wise, she told her daughter, not to allow Quills to be alone with Ayana. Kimberly took the warning seriously. She confronted Quills directly. "Don't be around my children when I'm not around." But Quills knew Kimberly's work schedule. He knew when she'd be gone. And he came around anyway. Ayana's younger sister would later reveal something even more disturbing. She testified that she too had been sexually abused by Quills when she was just 13 years old. She had witnessed inappropriate touching, kissing, and sexual encounters between Quills and Ayana. She knew about their relationship, knew it was wrong, but she stayed silent. She was afraid. Afraid of what Quills would do if she told. Afraid of tearing the family apart. On Ayana's computer, investigators would eventually find a 4-page love letter. The letter spoke of running away, of being together, of a fantasy of escape. Authorities believed it was about Quills. Ayana, young and vulnerable, pregnant with his child, had convinced herself this was love, that they had a future together. She had no idea she was about to die. Jonathan Quills worked at a place called Ace Pick-A-Part, an auto salvage yard on Main Street in Jacksonville's north side. It was the kind of place where cars went to die, stripped for parts, crushed into cubes, their remains hauled away to landfills. The general manager of Ace Pick-A-Part would later testify about Quills' behavior on December 19th and 20th. 28. On the day Ayana disappeared, Quills left work without permission and without clocking out. This wasn't entirely unusual for him, but the timing was notable. He had unrestricted access to the property, including areas where customers and other employees typically didn't go. He had access to large commercial dumpsters, the kind that are emptied regularly and hauled to landfills. On one of those days, December 19th or 20th, the general manager saw Quills carrying duct tape around the property. There was no normal work duty that required duct tape. When asked about it later, Quills couldn't provide a satisfactory explanation. According to what would later emerge, Ayana left Terry Parker High School that day believing she was going to start a new life with Quills. He had promised her they would run away together. Finally, they could be together without hiding, without shame, without judgment. She packed her bags and went to meet him at the salvage yard, her heart probably beating with a mixture of fear and excitement. She had no way of knowing that Quills had no intention of running away with her. The pregnancy had become a problem he needed to solve. Their secret relationship was on the verge of being exposed. In his mind, there was only one solution. The details of what happened next come from Quills' own words. Confessions made to his brother and to jailhouse inmates. Recorded conversations that would later be played in court. According to these accounts, Ayana was waiting in a vehicle at the back of Ace Pick-A-Part, in an area where employees and customers didn't normally go. She was expecting to leave with Quills to start their life together. Instead, he approached her with murder on his mind. He tried to strangle her first, his hands around her throat, squeezing, trying to cut off her air supply, but he couldn't do it. He couldn't stomach it. He would later say, looking into her eyes as the life drained from them was too much. So he made a different choice. He pulled out a 9mm handgun, the same gun he had used at a shooting range earlier that very day. He aimed it at Ayana's chest and pulled the trigger. The sound of the gunshot must have echoed through the salvage yard, bouncing off the crushed cars and metal structures. But in a place like that, with machinery running and traffic passing by on nearby streets, one gunshot might not attract much attention. Ayana Sawyer was dead. Hazel Michelle Mobley, the baby girl who would never take her first breath outside the womb, was gone too, and Jonathan Quills was left with a body to dispose of. He moved quickly, methodically. He wrapped Ayana's body in a carpet and carried it to one of the large commercial dumpsters on the property. He knew the schedule. He knew this particular dumpster was full and scheduled to be emptied that same day. Once the garbage truck came, Ayana's body would be hauled away to the Otis Road landfill, buried under tons and tons of trash. He disposed of her backpack separately, making sure nothing could be easily traced back to him. Then he dealt with Ayana's car. He ditched it in a location where it wouldn't immediately be connected to the salvage yard. By the time he was done, it was as if Ayana had simply vanished into thin air. If Jonathan Quills thought he had committed the perfect crime, he was wrong. His biggest mistake was talking, and the person he talked to was his own brother, Joseph Quills. On December 20th, 2018, the day after Ayana disappeared, Jonathan contacted Joseph 4 times, 4 separate calls, growing more urgent, more desperate. He needed to talk to someone. He needed to confess. Joseph would later testify about those conversations, and his testimony would prove devastating to his brother's defense. According to Joseph, Jonathan described exactly what he had done, how he'd told Gianna they were running away together, how he'd made her wait in a car at the salvage yard, how he'd tried to strangle her but couldn't go through with it, how he'd shot her in the chest instead, how he'd wrapped her body in carpet and put it in a dumpster that he knew would be emptied. That same day, Jonathan even explained his knowledge of human decomposition knowledge he'd gained from his mother, who used to work at a morgue. He told Joseph that by the time anyone started looking for Ayana's body, it would be in an advanced state of decay, buried under thousands of tons of garbage. They'd never find her. But Joseph Quills was torn. On one hand, this was his brother, his flesh and blood. On the other hand, a 16-year-old girl and her unborn baby were dead, and a family was suffering, not knowing what had happened to their daughter. Joseph did what his conscience told him he had to do. He went to the police. The confession from Joseph Quills transformed the case from a missing persons investigation into a murder inquiry. Suddenly, detectives had a suspect, a timeline and a possible location for the body. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office mobilized for one of the most intensive searches in the department's history. If Quills' confession was true, Yanni's body was somewhere in the Otis Road landfill, buried under an incomprehensible amount of garbage. Former CSI detectives and canine officers descended on the landfill. For 16 days they searched. They sifted through more than 5,000 tons of trash, mountains of garbage bags, discarded furniture, rotting food, broken appliances, everything a city throws away, all piled in enormous heaps that stretched as far as the eye could see. The general manager of the landfill would later describe the search as looking for a needle in a haystack, but that phrase doesn't quite capture the impossibility of it. It was more like looking for a specific grain of sand on a beach. The sheer volume of material was overwhelming, but the search wasn't entirely fruitless. Investigators found items that belonged to Ayana. Textbooks from Terry Parker High School, pieces of her clothing, personal items. These discoveries confirmed that some of Ayana's belongings had ended up exactly where Quills said they would. But Ayana herself, her body, remained hidden somewhere in that vast landscape of garbage. After 16 days, the search was called off. The chances of finding human remains in that environment, after so much time had passed, were infinitesimally small. Ayana's family would have to live with the agonizing reality that they would never be able to lay her body to rest. They would never have that final closure. On January 9th, 2019, less than a month after Ayana disappeared, Jonathan Quills was arrested. But initially it wasn't for Ayana's murder. He was charged with sexual battery against another teenage relative, a 14-year-old girl who had been at his home babysitting his daughter. The offense had occurred in mid-December 2017, more than a year before Ayanna vanished. The victim had told her mother about the abuse in late 2018. After Ayanna went missing, it was as if Ayanna's disappearance had given her the courage to come forward, to break the silence about what Quayles had done to her. While Quayles sat in the Duval County Jail awaiting trial on that charge, he made another critical error. And this time he talked to jailhouse inmates. One inmate would later testify that Quayles confessed to getting his underage niece pregnant. He said he'd told her to come to his workplace so he could get rid of the baby. Instead of helping with an abortion, Quayles began choking Ayanna. When that didn't work, he pulled out a gun and shot her. Then he called his brother. The inmate's account corroborated what Joseph Quayles had told police. It also corroborated details that only someone who had been there or someone Quayles had told would know. But perhaps the most damning evidence came from a recorded conversation. While in jail, Quayles had a 2-hour conversation with 2 other inmates. In it, he discussed details about the case that hadn't been made public. He talked about dumping Ayanna and her backpack in separate locations. He mentioned his knowledge of human decomposition from his mother's work at the morgue. He described using a 9mm gun, the same type of weapon he'd fired at a gun range on the day Ayanna disappeared. He even discussed the timeline of when Ayanna was disposed of, and when people started looking for her. He explained why they probably wouldn't find her body in the landfill, describing how much garbage would have to be sorted through. In August 2019, Quayles was officially charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. 1 for Ayanna, 1 for her unborn child, and 1 count of sexual battery. Then came the long wait. Legal proceedings moved slowly, complicated by the COVID-19 pandemic and various defense motions. Years passed. Ayanna's family waited for justice. The case hung over Jacksonville like a dark cloud. It wouldn't be until September 2023, nearly 5 years after Ayanna's disappearance, that Jonathan Quayles would finally face trial. When jury selection began for the trial of Jonathan Quayles, the defense team faced an uphill battle. The media coverage had been extensive. Everyone in Jacksonville seemed to know about the case. Finding impartial jurors would be challenging. Quayles himself complained that people in jail were calling him a monster and a predator because of the media attention. He worried that the court wouldn't be able to find an unbiased jury. After 3 days of questioning more than 100 potential jurors, 12 jurors and 4 alternates were finally selected. On Thursday morning, opening statements began. The prosecution laid out their case methodically. They presented a timeline of December 19, 2018, Ayanna leaving school with her bags. The surveillance footage, her arrival at the salvage yard. They presented evidence of the inappropriate relationship between Quayles and Ayanna. They called witness after witness, each one adding another piece to the puzzle. Kimberly Mobley, Ayanna's mother, took the stand. She spoke about her daughter's pregnancy, about how she'd come to accept it, about the baby girl they were preparing to welcome. She described Ayanna's relationship with her uncle, the warning she'd given Quayles to stay away. She talked about the last time she saw her daughter alive. Vanilla Haynes, Ayanna's grandmother, testified about the inappropriate embrace she'd witnessed during Thanksgiving 2018. She described Quayles' reaction when she caught them, how he jumped, startled, guilty. Ayanna's sister, now older and braver, took the stand and shared her own story of abuse. She admitted she'd known about Quayles and Ayanna's relationship, but had stayed quiet out of fear. She testified that Jose, the mysterious father Ayanna had mentioned, was actually Quayles. One of Ayanna's close friends testified that on December 19th, Ayanna had told her she'd be going to stay with Quayles for 2 weeks. She had believed they were really running away together. The general manager of Ace Pick-a-Part described Quayles' suspicious behavior on December 19th and 20th. Leaving without permission, carrying duct tape for no apparent reason, accessing restricted areas of the property. The landfill manager testified about the massive search effort and the discovery of Ayanna's belongings. But the most devastating testimony came from 2 witnesses. The jailhouse informant and Joseph Quayles. The informant described in chilling detail what Quayles had told him, how he'd lured Ayanna to the salvage yard, how he'd tried to strangle her, how he'd shot her when strangulation didn't work. Then came Joseph Quayles. He walked to the stand to testify against his own brother, a decision that clearly weighed heavily on him, but he believed it was the right thing to do for Ayanna, for her family, for justice. Joseph recounted the phone calls from December 20th. He repeated the details Jonathan had shared about the murder, the disposal of the body, the destruction of evidence. He described how his brother had known the dumpster would be emptied that day, how he'd wrapped the body in carpet, how he disposed of the backpack separately. The prosecution also played the 2-hour recorded conversation from the jail. Jurors listened as Quells discussed the case, revealed knowledge of details that only the killer would know, and essentially talked his way into a conviction. Text messages between Quells and Ayanna were read aloud. One particularly chilling message stood out. "I'm just so in love with you. I'll kill you and cry." It was a threat disguised as a declaration of love, and Quells had made good on that threat. The defense team faced an almost impossible situation. They had a client who had essentially confessed to multiple people. They had no body, which typically might work in their favor, but they had overwhelming circumstantial evidence pointing to their client's guilt. Their strategy was to argue that without a body, there was no definitive proof Ayanna was even dead. They suggested she might still be alive somewhere, hiding from her family. They pointed to another man, Comer Humphrey, a neighbor who had admitted to having sex with Ayanna, and suggested he might be the real father of her baby. Humphrey did testify. He admitted that he'd been accused of raping Yanni in 2018. He admitted they'd had sexual relations, but he also had an alibi for the time when Yanni disappeared. Travel records proved he wasn't even in Jacksonville on December 19th. The defense called witnesses who claimed to have seen Ayanna after December 19th. They brought in someone who ran a Bible study who said Ayanna had attended after her disappearance. But under cross-examination, these witnesses fell apart. One had gotten the dates wrong. The Bible study leader couldn't even remember his own felony charges, calling his credibility into question. The defense emphasized the lack of DNA evidence, the absence of a crime scene, the fact that no one had actually witnessed the murder. They argued that everything was circumstantial, that coincidences don't equal murder, that reasonable doubt existed everywhere you looked. But the jury wasn't buying it. There were too many coincidences. Too many pieces of evidence that pointed in only one direction. Too many confessions from Quells himself. Quells did not testify in his own defense. A decision his attorneys likely made because they knew the prosecution would tear him apart on cross-examination. After 6 days of trial, the case went to the jury. The jury deliberated for less than an hour. In the world of criminal trials, a quick deliberation usually means the jury had no doubt about the defendant's guilt. When they returned to the courtroom, the verdict was unanimous on all counts. Guilty of first-degree murder of Ayanna Sawyer. Guilty of sexual battery. Guilty of first-degree murder of her unborn child. In the courtroom, Ayanna's family wept. Years of waiting, years of pain, years of not knowing. It all came to a head in that moment. Justice, at least in legal terms, had been served. The Sawyer family, through their attorney John Phillips, issued a statement. Today, a nearly 5-year nightmare ends with another measure of justice. We thank the jury, law enforcement, and judge, as well as all of our friends and family who reached out when we needed it most. Jonathan Quells has now been found guilty of murder. He was a predator, and the jury saw that with ease. But even with the guilty verdict, there was no complete closure. As Phillips noted, not having the body, not knowing where she rests, is a continued open wound. It will always be an open wound. The state had announced it was seeking the death penalty for Quells. Under Florida's new law enacted in 2023, just months before this trial, a death sentence could be imposed with only an 8-4 jury recommendation, rather than the previous requirement of unanimity. The penalty phase began on Monday, following the guilty verdict. This portion of the trial focused on whether Quells should receive the death penalty or life in prison without the possibility of parole. The prosecution argued that the crime was cold and calculated. Prosecutor Dan Skinner described how Keatsis had lured his pregnant teenage niece to an isolated location under the pretense of starting a life together, then murdered her to hide his crimes. He emphasized the vulnerability of the victims, a 16-year-old girl and her unborn baby. During victim impact statements, family members spoke about the devastation Ayanna's death had caused. Paula Dixon, Ayanna's aunt, testified that the teen's death had torn the family apart. The ripples of trauma spread through everyone who had loved Ayanna. The defense team, led by attorney Christine Michelle, asked the jury to show mercy. They emphasized that there was no physical evidence. No DNA, no crime scene, no body. While this hadn't been enough to create reasonable doubt about Quillis's guilt, they argued it should be considered when deciding between life and death. The defense also presented mitigating factors. Anything that might make the jury more sympathetic to Quillis, anything that might save him from execution. After hearing testimony from both sides, the jury retired to deliberate on Quillis's fate. They returned in about an hour and 15 minutes. The recommendation, life in prison without the possibility of parole. The jury had decided that while Quillis deserved to be locked away forever, they would not recommend death. Perhaps they felt that the lack of a body, despite all the other evidence, left just enough uncertainty. Perhaps they were morally opposed to the death penalty in general. Perhaps they felt that living with what he'd done, locked in a cage for the rest of his life, was punishment enough. Whatever their reasoning, Judge Anthony Salem followed the jury's recommendation. On October 2nd, 2023, Jonathan Quillis was sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences, one for each of his victims. Ayanna Sawyer, her unborn daughter Hazel, and the crime of sexual battery. He will die in prison. He will never walk free. He will never again have the opportunity to harm another young girl. For Ayanna's family, the verdict brought a measure of relief, but no real peace. How could there be peace when they still don't know where Ayanna's body rests? How could there be closure when they can't visit a grave, can't lay flowers, can't stand in a place and feel close to her, somewhere in that vast Otis Road landfill, or perhaps in another location entirely? Ayanna Sawyer and baby Hazel remain hidden. The earth has reclaimed them in the cruelest possible way, not with dignity and ritual, but mixed with garbage and decay. The family continues to hope that someday, somehow Ayanna's remains will be found, that they'll be able to give her a proper burial, that they'll have a place to visit, to grieve, to remember. But that day may never come. Quillis did attempt to get a new trial. He wrote letters to the judge claiming he hadn't been given adequate time to review evidence, that there was surveillance footage he'd never seen, that his defense team hadn't been given enough time to prepare. His requests were denied. The conviction stands. The case of Ayanna Sawyer forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about the people we trust, about the secrets that hide in plain sight within families, about the vulnerability of young people who don't yet have the experience to recognize manipulation and abuse. Ayanna was a smart girl. She was getting good grades. She was earning scholarships. She had plans for her future, but she was also young, impressionable, and trapped in a relationship with someone who held power over her. An adult family member who should have protected her but instead exploited her. The grooming likely began long before the pregnancy. Quillis likely spent months or years building trust, blurring boundaries, making Ayanna feel special and loved in ways that she confused with a genuine relationship. By the time she was pregnant at 16, she believed they had a future together. She believed he loved her. She believed the fantasy he'd constructed. Her younger sister's testimony revealed that she too had been abused by Quillis. How many other victims might there be? How many other young girls might have suffered in silence? The case also highlights the importance of listening when people express concerns about inappropriate behavior. Ayanna's grandmother saw the embrace at Thanksgiving and immediately warned her daughter. Kimberly Mobley took that warning seriously and told Quillis to stay away from her children when she wasn't home. But Quillis didn't respect those boundaries. He came around anyway, knowing the family's schedule, exploiting moments of vulnerability. Could Ayanna have been saved if someone had intervened more forcefully? It's impossible to say. Victims of grooming often defend their abusers, even to their own families. Ayanna might have denied everything if confronted direct. What we do know is that by December 19th, 2018, Jonathan Quillis had decided that Ayanna and the evidence of his crimes growing in her womb had become too dangerous to allow to live. Let's remember Ayanna not for how she died, but for who she was and who she might have become. She was 16 years old. She earned straight A's. She was on track to graduate early. She had won multiple college scholarships. Imagine the discipline and intelligence that required. Imagine the dreams she must have had. Maybe to become a doctor, a lawyer, a teacher, a scientist. Maybe to change the world in some small or large way. She was a homebody who loved her mother and grandmother. She was comfortable in familiar places with familiar faces. She found security in routine and family. She was going to be a mother herself. Despite the circumstances, despite her youth, her family was rallying around her. They were going to help her raise Hazel. The baby would have been loved, cherished, given opportunities. Instead, both Yana and Hazel are gone. Their potential was snuffed out by someone they trusted, someone who should have protected them. Somewhere in Jacksonville, there's probably a room that was being prepared for a baby. Maybe a crib that was assembled, but never used. Maybe tiny clothes that were purchased but never worn. Maybe a name painted on a wall. Hazel Michelle Mobley, marking a space for someone who never got to occupy it. Kimberly Mobley lost both her daughter and her granddaughter in one terrible act. The weight of that loss is unimaginable. As you drift off to sleep tonight, safe in your bed, far from the horror of the story, perhaps you'll spare a thought for Ayanna Sawyer, a girl who should be in her 20s now, maybe finishing college, maybe starting a career, maybe raising her daughter who would be about 5 years old. Instead, she's forever 16, forever missing, forever lost in a landscape of garbage and decay. Her exact resting place unknown even to those who loved her most. Jonathan Queilis sits in a Florida prison tonight, and he'll sit there tomorrow night, and every night after that until he dies. He knows where Ayanna is, or at least where he left her. That knowledge is locked in his mind. A secret he might take to his grave. Some true crime stories end with closure, a body found, a grave visited, a sense of finality even in tragedy. This is not one of those stories. The wound remains open, the pain continues, but justice in its imperfect way has been served. Queilis will never hurt another child. He will never walk free. He will spend the rest of his life behind bars. A predator caged paying for what he did to Ayanna and Hazel. And in Jacksonville, Florida, Gianna's family continues to live with their loss, continues to hope for the day when they might finally lay her to rest, continues to keep her memory alive, because that's all they have now. Memories of a bright, promising girl whose life was stolen by someone who should have loved and protected her. Rest in peace, Ayanna Michelle Sawyer. Rest in peace, Hazel Michelle Mobley. You deserve so much better than this. If this is your first time listening to one of our true crime stories, welcome to Mr. Sleepy Crime, where we explore these cases in a calm and respectful way. I also want to take a moment to appreciate my amazing subscribers who've been rocking with me. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you're still awake and listening, don't forget to drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and the current time in your corner of the world. Or just say something to let me know you're still here. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Now let's move on to our second story. Story 2. October 21, 2009. Started like any other Wednesday evening in the small community of St. Martin's, Missouri. The sun was beginning its descent behind the trees, casting long shadows across the quiet neighborhood on Lomo Drive, where modest ranch-style homes sat comfortably among thick woods. In this peaceful corner of Cole County, just west of the state capital, Jefferson City, families knew each other. Children played together freely. It was the kind of place where parents felt safe letting their kids walk between houses without worry. 9-year-old Elizabeth Olton was one of those children. Born on December 15, 1999, Elizabeth was the kind of girl who lit up every room she entered. Her family and friends called her a girly girl who loved playing dress-up with her stuffed animals, baking cookies with her mother, and working on puzzles together at the kitchen table. Her favorite color was pink, and she adored Hannah Montana and Taylor Swift. She was a 4th grader at Pioneer Trails Elementary School, where teachers knew her as a sweet, happy child who loved horses and playing with her friends. That Wednesday afternoon, Elizabeth begged her mother, Patricia Price, who everyone called Patty, to let her go visit a friend's house. It was a familiar request. Elizabeth often played with the children who lived just 4 houses down from her family's rental home. Among those children was a younger girl, who was friends with Elizabeth. And that girl had an older sister, a 15-year-old named Alyssa Bustamante. Patty finally agreed, and at 5 o'clock, Elizabeth set off down the street. The walk was short, barely a quarter mile. Patty watched her daughter skip away, her blonde hair catching the late afternoon light. It was the last time she would see Elizabeth alive. To understand what happened that evening, we need to go back and understand the person who would take Elizabeth's life. Alyssa Bustamante's story is one of profound tragedy, layered upon tragedy, though it can never excuse what she did. Alyssa was born on January 28, 1994, to parents who were themselves barely more than children. Both Caesar and Michelle Bustamante were teenagers, and both struggled with severe substance abuse. Caesar Bustamante had a violent streak that would land him in prison for assault, where he was serving time when Alyssa was born. Michelle battled addictions to drugs and alcohol, racking up charges for theft, marijuana possession, and drunk driving. The couple was in no position to raise children. In 2002, when Alyssa was just 7 years old, her grandparents, Gary and Karen Brooke, stepped in. They took legal custody of Alyssa and her 3 younger siblings, moving them from California to Missouri to start fresh. The Brookes tried their best to provide stability. They gave the children a home on that ranch-style property in St. Martin's. They made sure Alyssa attended school. They took her to church, the local Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, where Alyssa participated in youth activities and seemed to the outside world like a normal teenager. At Jefferson City High School, Alyssa was a decent student, earning mostly A's and B's. She was bright, academically gifted when she applied herself. Her friends described her as fun-loving, someone who wrote poetry and joked around. But those same friends also admitted they kept a certain distance from her. There was something about Alyssa that made them uneasy, because beneath the surface, Alyssa was drowning. At age 11, Alyssa made her first suicide attempt. She tried to harm herself by cutting, and the incident was serious enough that in September 2007, at age 13, she was hospitalized for 10 days in a psychiatric facility in St. Martin's. Doctors diagnosed her with major depressive disorder. They prescribed antidepressants, Prozac, and sent her home with instructions for ongoing therapy. But Alyssa continued cutting herself, sometimes so severely that officials at the Juvenile Detention Center would later have to trim her fingernails to prevent her from using them as tools of self-harm. Alyssa's online presence revealed something darker than teenage angst. On her YouTube profile, under the section listing her hobbies, she wrote, "Killing people and cutting." Her MySpace page echoed the same disturbing interests. She posted pictures of herself in dark gothic makeup with smeared lipstick, cultivating an image that spoke to death and violence. In one video, she could be seen trying to convince her younger brothers to touch an electrified fence, laughing as they hesitated. Another photo showed what appeared to be her hand holding a knife, mock stabbing a friend in the stomach. Her Twitter feed was equally troubling. One post read, "All I want in life is to find a reason for all this pain." Another proclaimed, "Bad decisions make great stories." Those who worked with Alyssa in therapy noted her violent propensities. Her sessions revealed someone with not just depression but borderline personality disorder and intense homicidal ideation. Yet despite all these warning signs, despite the hospitalizations and the medications and the therapy sessions, Alyssa remained in the community. She attended school. She went to church. She lived 4 houses down from Elizabeth Olten. On October 19, 2009, 2 days before Elizabeth disappeared, Alyssa did something deliberate. She went into the woods behind her grandparents' house, the same woods that stretched between her home and Elizabeth's, and she dug 2 holes in the ground. They were shallow graves. When questioned later, authorities would speculate that Alyssa might have originally intended to kill her younger brothers. The graves would have been the right size, but she never confirmed this theory, and the truth of her original plan remains known only to her. What we do know is that on Wednesday, October 21, Alyssa had a plan. Her younger sister was friends with Elizabeth, and that connection provided the perfect opportunity. When Elizabeth came to visit that evening, Alyssa convinced her little sister to invite Elizabeth to come to the woods with them. There was a surprise waiting there. Alyssa told Elizabeth, something special just for her. Elizabeth, trusting and excited, agreed. She followed Alyssa's younger sister toward the forest. But when they reached the edge of the woods, Alyssa sent her sister back home, telling her to wait there. Then Alyssa led Elizabeth deeper into the trees, away from the houses, away from anyone who might hear. What happened next was an act of violence so brutal, so senseless that it defies comprehension. Alyssa strangled 9-year-old Elizabeth Olten. As the little girl struggled for breath, Alyssa took out a kitchen knife. She slit Elizabeth's throat. Then, as Elizabeth lay dying, Alyssa stabbed her 8 times in the chest. The attack was prolonged and deliberate. It was not an accident, not a moment of temporary insanity. It was murder, carried out with cold precision. When Elizabeth was dead, Alyssa dragged her small body to one of the pre-dug graves and rolled her in. She covered the grave with leaves and branches, trying to conceal what she had done. Then she walked back through the woods, back to her grandparents' house, back to her normal life. By 6 o'clock, Patty Price knew something was wrong. Elizabeth was afraid of the dark. She would never stay out past sunset, especially not in the woods, and she had promised to be home for dinner. When she didn't show up, Patty immediately called the police. Cole County Sheriff Greg White mobilized quickly. This was a small community, and a missing 9-year-old was everyone's worst nightmare. Within hours, volunteers began gathering. Hundreds of residents from St. Martin's and the surrounding areas showed up to search. They combed through the woods with flashlights, calling Elizabeth's name. The FBI joined the effort. The Missouri Highway Patrol deployed helicopters equipped with infrared scanners to search for heat signatures on the ground. The search continued through the night and into the next day. Thursday brought rain, but still the volunteers came, more than 70 people on the ground, searching systematically through the dense forest. Patty Price and her family waited in agony, hoping against hope that Elizabeth had simply gotten lost, that she would be found safe. The police had one crucial piece of information. Elizabeth had a cell phone with her. They contacted AT&T for an emergency ping to triangulate the phone's location. The ping placed the phone deep in the woods. In the area, volunteers were already searching, but despite the technological help, despite the massive search effort, Elizabeth's body remained hidden beneath those leaves and branches. Meanwhile, Alyssa Bustamante went about her day as if nothing had happened. After murdering Elizabeth, she went home and wrote in her diary. The entry, written in her own hand, would later become one of the most chilling pieces of evidence in the case. "I just fucking killed someone," she wrote. "I strangled them and slit their throat and stabbed them. Now they're dead. I don't know how to feel at the moment." It was amazing. As soon as you get over the "oh my god, I can't do this" feeling, it's pretty enjoyable. "I'm kinda nervous and shaky though right now. Okay, I gotta go to church now. Lol." That's right. After murdering a 9-year-old child, Alyssa Bustamante went to a church dance. While hundreds of people searched desperately for Elizabeth, while Patty Price sobbed and prayed for her daughter's safe return, Alyssa danced and socialized, carrying the secret of what she'd done. By Friday, October 23, the investigation was becoming more focused. Physical evidence had been collected from the woods. Sheriff White mentioned in a press conference that they had written evidence that led them to develop a person of interest. FBI agents had served a search warrant at a home on Lomo Drive, the Brook residence, where Alyssa lived with her grandparents and siblings. During that search, agents found Alyssa's diary. They read her confession written in her own teenage handwriting. They also found the pre-dug graves in the woods behind the house. When confronted, Alyssa told them she just liked to dig holes. But the investigators knew better. Under questioning, 15-year-old Alyssa Bustamante eventually broke. She confessed to the murder, and then she did something that stunned the hardened law enforcement officers. She led them directly to Elizabeth's body. The grave was located in an area the search teams had already combed through, but it had been so well concealed that they'd walked right past it. When officers uncovered the shallow grave and saw Elizabeth's small body inside, the full horror of what had happened settled over everyone. The community of St. Martin's was devastated. This wasn't a stranger abduction. It wasn't a sexual predator or a random act of violence. It was their neighbor's granddaughter, a girl they had seen at church, at school, a teenager who had played with Elizabeth, who had been trusted. When Alyssa was arrested and charged, questions immediately arose about why she had done this. What could possibly motivate a 15-year-old to murder a child in such a brutal manner? The answer, when it came during police interviews, was perhaps the most disturbing part of the entire case. Missouri State Highway Patrol Sergeant David Rice testified about his interview with Alyssa. When he asked her why she killed Elizabeth Olten, Alyssa's answer was simple and chilling. Ultimately, she stated she wanted to know what it felt like. It was a thrill, killing. Alyssa Bustamante murdered Elizabeth Olten out of pure curiosity. She wanted to experience what it was like to take a human life. That was it. No anger, no revenge, no rational motive. Just a teenager's dark curiosity and homicidal ideation come to life. Prosecutor Mark Richardson would later describe how Alyssa had been planning the murder for days. An earlier entry in her diary written before the murder stated, "I'm gonna murder someone." She had premeditated the act, dug the graves in advance, and waited for the right opportunity. When Elizabeth showed up at her door that Wednesday evening, Alyssa saw her chance. Elizabeth Olten was laid to rest on Wednesday, October 28, 2009, exactly 1 week after her murder. The funeral was held at Concord Baptist Church, and hundreds attended. Family and friends wore pink, Elizabeth's favorite color, as they said goodbye to the little girl who had loved Hannah Montana, horses and baking cookies with her mom. Her obituary described her as a beautiful young girl with a full life ahead of her. Notably absent from the funeral were Elizabeth's father and older brother, both of whom were incarcerated at the time. Dale Olten Sr. had been serving time for drug possession since April 2009. Her brother Dale Olten Jr. was also in prison. Neither was permitted to attend the funeral, a fact that added yet another layer of tragedy to an already heartbreaking situation. While Elizabeth was being laid to rest, Alyssa Bustamante made her first court appearance. On Wednesday, November 18, 2009, a judge determined that Alyssa would be tried as an adult for her crimes. That same day, a Cole County grand jury returned a 2-count indictment. Count 1, first-degree murder. Count 2, armed criminal action for using a knife in the commission of the murder. Alyssa appeared in court with her hands shackled around her waist, her brown bangs covering her eyes. She remained expressionless throughout most of the proceedings, occasionally swallowing hard as the charges were read. A judge entered a not guilty plea on her behalf. On one side of the courtroom sat her grandmother Karen Brooke and other family members. On the other side sat Patty Price, Elizabeth's relatives and friends. Many wearing pink, the prosecution made it clear they would seek the harshest possible penalty. If convicted of first-degree murder, Alyssa Bustamante would face life in prison without the possibility of parole. But the case would take several twists before reaching its conclusion. During the pre-trial proceedings, more details emerged about Alyssa's troubled background and mental health struggles. Her defense attorneys pointed to her history of suicide attempts, her time in psychiatric hospitals, her diagnoses of major depressive disorder, borderline personality disorder, and post-traumatic stress disorder. They argued that Alyssa was a severely disturbed child who had been failed by the mental health system. Chief Juvenile Officer David Cook testified that Alyssa had attempted suicide at age 13 and had been receiving mental health treatment since then for depression and self-harm. But that treatment had been inconsistent. She had cycled through multiple therapists. Her Prozac dosage had been adjusted repeatedly. In fact, just 2 weeks before the murder, her prescription had been increased. The defense team suggested that Alyssa's medications might have contributed to her violent behavior. They painted a picture of a system that had recognized Alyssa was dangerous, but hadn't done enough to protect the community or to protect Alyssa from herself. Patty Price was outraged by this argument. In October 2012, she filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Pathways Behavioral Health Care, the mental health provider that had treated Alyssa, along with 2 of its employees, Dr. Sultana and counselor Ron Wilson. The lawsuit alleged that these mental health professionals had been aware of Alyssa's violent propensities and specific threats, but had failed to warn Elizabeth's family or take action to prevent the tragedy. Attorney Matthew Dia wrote in the lawsuit that Alyssa's violent tendencies were well documented, pointing to her MySpace declarations about killing people, the video of her electrocuting her brothers, photos of her holding a knife to another girl's throat, and other disturbing evidence. The lawsuit claimed that despite knowing all this, the mental health providers did nothing to detain Alyssa or warn potential victims. The lawsuit became complicated, however, due to patient confidentiality laws. Medical providers are required to protect patient privacy, and accessing Alyssa's mental health records proved difficult even in a civil proceeding. Eventually, Patty Price agreed to settle the lawsuit in 2015 for $5 million, though it's unlikely she would ever collect that sum from the teenage killer. As Alyssa's trial date approached in early 2012, her defense team made a strategic calculation. The case against her was overwhelming. Her own diary confession, her admission to police, the physical evidence, her leading investigators to the body, and at the time Missouri law required a mandatory sentence of life, without parole for anyone convicted of first-degree murder, even juveniles. But there were rumblings that the United States Supreme Court was considering cases that might change how juveniles could be sentenced. If the Supreme Court ruled that mandatory life without parole sentences for juveniles were unconstitutional, Alyssa might have a chance at eventual freedom if she could avoid a first-degree conviction. On January 10, 2012, just 18 days before Alyssa's 18th birthday, she accepted a plea deal. She pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and armed criminal action. In exchange, the first-degree murder charge was dropped, and she would be eligible for parole. The sentencing hearing in February 2012 was emotionally devastating for everyone involved. Over 2 full days, the court heard testimony from family members, clinicians, and psychiatrists. The prosecution urged Judge Patricia Joyce to impose the maximum sentence, life in prison, with the possibility of parole for the murder charge, plus an additional 71 years for armed criminal action. So every time she's up for parole, the prosecutor said she can explain, "Because I robbed 71 years from Elizabeth Olten on October 20." The defense continued to emphasize Alyssa's mental illness and the failures of the systems that should have helped her. They argued she had been in desperate need of hospitalization, but had been released back into the community where she posed a danger. During the closing arguments, emotions ran high in the courtroom. When prosecutor Mark Richardson referenced a diary entry from days before the murder that stated, "I'm gonna murder someone," because of a phone issue, Alyssa's grandmother Karen Brooke broke down sobbing. She stood up and stormed out of the courtroom, unable to bear hearing more. After Richardson finished his statements, Elizabeth's grandmother Sandra Korn stood and declared, "I think Alyssa should get out of jail the day Elizabeth gets out of the grave." For the first time since her arrest in 2009, Alyssa Bustamante showed emotion. She began crying before being escorted back to her cell. On February 8, 2012, Judge Patricia Joyce handed down the sentence. Alyssa Bustamante would serve life in prison with the possibility of parole for second-degree murder, followed by a consecutive 30-year sentence for armed criminal action. The consecutive nature of the sentences meant Alyssa would have to serve substantial time before becoming eligible for parole. At the sentencing, Alyssa made a statement to Elizabeth's family. "I know words can never be enough," she said, "and they can never adequately describe how horribly I feel for all of this. If I could give my life to get her back, I would. I'm sorry." Patty Price and her family sat in silence. They offered no reply. Patty Price had already made her feelings clear. Earlier in the proceedings, she had called Alyssa an evil monster and told the court, "I hate her. I hate everything about her." She was particularly enraged by those who emphasized Alyssa's age as a mitigating factor. In her victim impact statement, Price had been so impassioned that Judge Joyce actually had to ask her to stop. Alyssa was transferred to Chillicothe Correctional Center in Chillicothe, Missouri, where she would begin serving her sentence. But the story didn't end there. In 2014, Alyssa attempted to have her guilty plea overturned. Her new attorney, Gary Brotherton, argued that her public defenders had given her bad advice. He claimed they should have waited to see if the Supreme Court would rule on juvenile sentencing before advising her to take the plea deal. He also argued they should have taken the case to trial and pressed for a better sentence from a jury. But in March 2014, Judge Joyce denied the motion. The guilty plea and sentence would stand. Then, years later, came another controversy that would reopen old wounds for Elizabeth's family. In 2018, a federal judge ruled that the state of Missouri had violated the rights of people serving life without parole for offenses committed as juveniles. This ruling led to changes in Missouri law. Senate Bill 26 was passed, allowing juvenile offenders to seek earlier parole hearings as part of prison reform efforts. The bill specifically blocked those convicted of first-degree murder from this early parole. But Alyssa had pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. Patty Price was horrified. She had been told at sentencing that Alyssa would not see the parole board until she was quite old. Now suddenly Alyssa was eligible for a hearing much sooner. Price and her supporters fought to get the law amended. They successfully lobbied for Senate Bill 754, which would extend the prohibition to include second-degree murder convictions. The legislature passed the bill, and it was sent to Governor Mike Parson for his signature. Price and her allies even pushed for it to be called Elizabeth's Law in honor of the little girl who had been killed. But Governor Parson didn't sign the bill in time. On Mother's Day 2024, 15 years after Elizabeth's murder, Patty Price received an automated phone call. It was an invitation to attend Alyssa Bustamante's parole hearing, scheduled for Monday, July 8th. Price was devastated, but determined. In a letter to a local news station, she wrote, "The person that brutally murdered my daughter was sentenced to life in prison plus 30 years. I had been told at the time of sentencing that she would not be seeing the parole board until she was quite old." She continued, "Gary family friend Gary Benbim and I will attend the hearing. I will beg the parole board not to vote to let her out. I will relive my pain for them if it means it could make any difference at all. There is very little I can do for my daughter now, but show up." On July 8, 2024, Alyssa Bustamante appeared before the Missouri Board of Probation and Parole for her hearing. She was 30 years old. Elizabeth Olten would have been 24 had she lived. The parole board heard from Patty Price and her supporters. They reviewed the case files. The brutality of the crime, Alyssa's behavior in prison. The board denied parole. Alyssa Bustamante's next parole hearing is scheduled for 2029. Even if she is eventually granted parole from her life sentence, she must still serve her consecutive 30-year sentence for armed criminal action. Due to her age at the time of conviction, she needs to serve only 15 years of that consecutive sentence before becoming eligible for parole on it. With good behavior credits, her earliest possible release date is projected to be 2059, when she will be 65 years old. The murder of Elizabeth Olten remains one of the most disturbing cases in recent American criminal history. Not because of who committed it, but because of why. There was no rational motive. No comprehensible reason. A 15-year-old girl with severe mental health issues wanted to know what it felt like to kill someone. And a 9-year-old child paid the ultimate price for that curiosity. The case raises difficult questions that society continues to grapple with. How do we balance mental illness with accountability? At what point should troubled individuals be removed from society to protect others? How much responsibility do mental health systems bear when their patients commit violence? What justice is owed to victims when the perpetrator is themselves a child? There are no easy answers. What remains clear is the senseless loss. Elizabeth Olten never got to grow up. Never experienced her first date, never graduated high school, never pursued her dreams. She was robbed of all the years she should have had by someone she trusted, someone who lived just 4 houses away. Patty Price continues to advocate for her daughter's memory. She appears at parole hearings. She fights for victims' rights. She keeps Elizabeth's story alive, ensuring that her little girl who loved pink in Hannah, Montana and baking cookies is not forgotten. And in Chillicothe Correctional Center, Alyssa Bustamante serves her sentence, living with the consequences of that October evening when she decided to satisfy her darkest curiosity. The woods behind the homes on Lomo Drive are quiet now. The graves have long been filled in, but the memory of what happened there on October 21, 2009, lingers like a shadow that never quite fades. It serves as a stark reminder that sometimes the most terrifying monsters aren't strangers lurking in the darkness. They're the familiar faces we see every day, hiding secrets we could never imagine. Elizabeth Olten's life mattered. She was loved, she is remembered, and her story, tragic as it is, stands as a testament to the preciousness of life, and the devastating consequences when that sanctity is violated. Rest in peace, Elizabeth. You deserved so much better. If you're still awake and listening, check whether you've left your little goodnight comment. I always check your comments before I sleep too. And if you haven't already, don't forget to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Meanwhile, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. Tonight I'm going to tell you about a tragedy that unfolded on a quiet summer afternoon in England, in a place where people felt safe, where neighbors waved good morning to each other, and where a family lived what seemed to be an ordinary, beautiful life. This is the story of the Hunt family. It was Tuesday, July 9th, 2024. The sun hung warm over Bushey, a peaceful residential area in Hertfordshire, England, just northeast of London, the kind of place where detached homes sit behind manicured lawns, where the sound of lawnmowers hums through the weekend air, and where everyone knows their neighbors by name, even if they don't know them well. On Ashland Close, the Hunt family home stood quiet that morning. It was an 800,000 detached house. Nothing ostentatious, just comfortable. The kind of home that reflected years of hard work and love. Inside lived Carol Hunt, 61 years old. A woman neighbors described as warm and friendly. She was married to John Hunt, a man whose voice was known to millions across Britain, though his face might not have been. John Hunt was a BBC racing commentator. For 20 years, he had been the voice that painted pictures of horses thundering down racetracks for Radio 5 Live listeners. His was a steady, reliable presence during the Grand National, the Derby, and countless other races that punctuated the British sporting calendar. But John's talents stretched beyond the racecourse. He had also become a familiar voice during the Olympics, commentating on swimming, diving, equestrian sports, even the luge. He was, by all accounts, unflashy, but infinitely relatable. A former police officer who had traded his badge for a microphone back in the 1980s when he started working with Ladbrokes. John and Carol had built a life together. They had 3 daughters, Amy, Hannah, and Louise. That Tuesday, John was away at work, doing what he loved, calling races at Lingfield Racecourse. He had no idea that the world as he knew it was about to shatter into a million irretrievable pieces. Back at the house, Carol was going about her day. Hannah, 28, was a beautician, skilled in the art of making others feel beautiful. Louise, 25, was a dog groomer who worked from a pod in the family's back garden. She loved animals, spent her days surrounded by them, their tails wagging as she carefully trimmed and brushed their coats. The sisters were close. Just 2 months earlier, they had gone out to dinner together with Amy, their older sister. That evening had been filled with gratitude. They talked about how lucky they were, how fortunate to have the parents they had, to have the life they'd been given. It was one of those rare moments when you step back from the everyday rush and truly appreciate what you have. None of them could have known how precious that memory would become. Louise had recently ended a relationship. His name was Kyle Marcus Clifford, 26 years old, from Enfield in North London. They'd been together for about 18 months, and by all outward appearances it had been unremarkable. Not abusive, not marked by violence or raised voices. Kyle had spent a lot of time at the Hunt home during those months. The family had misgivings about him, subtle concerns that nibbled at the edges of their awareness, but nothing that raised alarm bells. Nothing that made them fear for Louise's safety. Louise ended things on June 26, 2024, just 13 days before that Tuesday in July. She had grown concerned about Kyle's views, his behavior, the way his arrogance and anger had begun to show through the cracks in whatever facade he'd maintained. When she told him it was over, he seemed to accept it. He appeared calm, understanding even. Louise must have felt relieved, but Kyle Clifford was not calm. He was not understanding. And the days following the breakup, Kyle went shopping, not for groceries or everyday necessities. He purchased a Horizon Cornet MXT 405 compound crossbow and 6 bolts. He bought a 10-inch steel butcher's knife. He ordered a CO2 Glock air pistol, though that wouldn't arrive in time. He acquired large quantities of petrol, duct tape, and rope. These were not the purchases of a man accepting a breakup. These were the carefully considered acquisitions of someone planning something terrible. Kyle Clifford had a background that made these purchases all the more chilling. He was a former soldier, having briefly served in the Queen's Dragoon Guards from around 2019 to 2022. He'd been trained, disciplined, taught to be efficient. He'd also worked as a security guard, and there was something else. A dark thread that ran through his family. Kyle's older brother, Bradley, was also a convicted murderer, sentenced at the Old Bailey in 2018 and still in prison. Murder, it seemed, was not foreign to the Clifford family. But Louise didn't know what Kyle was planning. Neither did Carol or Hannah. As far as they knew, the relationship was over, and life would move forward as it always did. It was 13:40 on that Tuesday afternoon, when Kyle Clifford parked his car on a street near Ashland Close. He sat there for a moment calculating, checking. He got out of his vehicle and walked to where he could see the Hunt family's driveway. Looking for cars, trying to determine who was home. John's car wasn't there. Good. Kyle returned to his vehicle and pulled out his phone. He searched online for horse racing events. He was checking John Hunt's schedule, making sure the BBC commentator would be away, making sure he wouldn't interrupt what was about to happen. Satisfied that the coast was clear, Kyle prepared himself. He concealed his knife in a rucksack and approached the house. At 14:32, he rang the doorbell. The Hunt family had a doorbell camera, one of those modern security measures that so many families install for peace of mind. It captured everything. The video shows Carol Hunt answering the door, her face friendly, unsuspecting. Kyle stood there with his rucksack, his expression neutral. "I'm just dropping off some of Louise's stuff," he told her. It was such a simple lie, so perfectly ordinary. Of course he would return his ex-girlfriend's belongings. That's what decent people do after a breakup. Carol's face showed nothing but kindness. She even asked him how he was. "I'm good, thank you," Kyle replied. Then he said something else. Something the camera picked up, but that was lost to the chaos that followed. Perhaps he noticed something in Carol's expression, some concern, because he asked, "What's wrong? You look like..." But Carol invited him in. Why wouldn't she? This was Louise's ex-boyfriend. Someone who had spent countless hours in their home over the past 18 months. Someone who had seemed, by all accounts, like a normal young man. The doorbell camera recorded the interaction, just as it would record sounds from inside the house throughout the rest of the day. A silent witness to horror. Once Kyle was inside, something shifted. The mask dropped. He reached into his rucksack and pulled out the knife. Carol Hunt never had a chance. The medical examination would later show that she died from stab wounds to her chest and abdomen. But Kyle didn't just attack her and leave. No, he stayed. He waited. He wanted to make sure she was dead. The doorbell camera would later reveal that he left the property at 15:07, 35 minutes after he'd arrived. 35 minutes during which Carol Hunt slowly bled to death on the floor of her own home. Kyle walked back to his car and retrieved the crossbow. He concealed it under a blanket and returned to the house. He let himself in. Now he just had to wait for Louise. Louise was in her dog grooming pod in the back garden, completely unaware that anything was wrong. She was probably finishing up with a client, perhaps humming to herself, stroking the soft fur of whatever dog she was caring for that afternoon. She had no idea her mother was already dead inside the house. When Louise entered the property, Kyle was waiting. What happened next would later be detailed in court. Though Kyle initially denied it, he restrained Louise, bound her against her will, and then, in what prosecutors would describe as a violent sexual act of spite, he raped her. This was his revenge. This was what he thought Louise deserved for ending their relationship. He held women in utter contempt. The judge would later say he was jealous, soaked in self-pity, a man who believed his anger justified any action. After the assault, Kyle took the crossbow and shot Louise. The bolt pierced her body, and she fell, dying from the crossbow wound. 2 members of the Hunt family were now dead. But Kyle wasn't finished. Hannah Hunt had been at work that day, doing what she loved, helping people feel good about themselves. When she returned home sometime after Louise, she walked into a nightmare beyond comprehension. Kyle was still there, waiting with his crossbow loaded. Hannah didn't have time to process what she was seeing before Kyle shot her with the crossbow. The bolt struck her, a devastating wound. She collapsed in the main doorway of the house, her phone still in her hand. But Hannah Hunt did something extraordinary in those final moments, something that would save her father's life. As she lay dying, as pain flooded her body and her vision began to fade, Hannah managed to send a text message to her boyfriend. She also called 999. Her voice, shaking but clear, told the emergency dispatcher what had happened. She told them who was responsible. She gave them Kyle Clifford's name. Police officers with 30 years of experience would later say they were breathless at Hannah's bravery, at her ability to think so clearly in a moment of such terror and agony. She knew what needed to be done, and she did it. Even as death crept closer, even as her strength faded, Hannah Hunt saved her father's life. Because John Hunt was almost certainly next on Kyle Clifford's list. By the time police arrived, just before 7:00 p.m., Hannah was still barely alive in the doorway. Paramedics tried desperately to save her, to save all 3 women, but it was too late. Carol, Louise, and Hannah Hunt were pronounced dead at the scene. Kyle Clifford was gone. When John Hunt arrived home that evening, he walked into every parent's, every husband's worst nightmare. The house he'd left that morning, where his wife and daughters had been alive and well, was now a crime scene. Yellow tape, flashing lights, officers with grim faces trying to process the unthinkable. 3 people he loved more than anything in the world were dead. As the news broke, the racing community reeled in shock. Jockeys wore black armbands at race meetings that evening, and the next day, Moments of silence were observed at Newmarket. John's colleagues, men and women who'd worked alongside him for years, struggled to find words. Matt Chapman, a fellow racing commentator and friend, could barely speak as he expressed his support. Mark Chapman, introducing BBC Radio from the Euro 2024 semi-final in Dortmund, was chokingly emotional as he paid tribute to his colleague. But while the racing world mourned, police were hunting. Kyle Clifford had vanished after the murders. Officers believed he was armed and dangerous. A massive manhunt spread across Hertfordshire and North London, focused particularly on the Enfield area, where Kyle lived. Armed police raided an address linked to him. They also searched a property connected to his brother Bradley. The convicted murderer is still serving his sentence. For 22 hours, Kyle Clifford evaded capture. Police combed through neighborhoods, checked CCTV footage, followed every lead. Then on the evening of July 10th, they received information that led them to Lavender Hill Cemetery in Enfield, not far from Kyle's home. Armed officers approached the cemetery around 6:07 p.m., a police dog at their side, and there among the gravestones in the quiet spaces where people come to remember their dead, they found Kyle Clifford. When he saw the police approaching, Kyle did something that suggested he'd never intended to face justice. He pointed the crossbow at his own chest and fired. The bolt struck him, a devastating injury that would leave him paralyzed from the chest down. Officers rushed to him, providing immediate medical care. An air ambulance landed nearby. Kyle was taken to the Royal London Hospital, where surgeons fought to save his life. He survived, but he would spend the rest of his days in a wheelchair. Kyle Clifford was arrested on the evening of July 11th on suspicion of 3 counts of murder, but he couldn't be questioned initially because of his injuries. He remained in the hospital, receiving treatment, while the investigation continued. Police recovered the crossbow. They gathered evidence from the Hunt home, including footage from that doorbell camera. They built their case piece by piece, constructing a timeline of premeditation and violence. On September 17th, 2024, Kyle was charged with the murders of Carol, Louise, and Hannah Hunt. He was also charged with false imprisonment of Louise and with 2 counts of possessing offensive weapons. The crossbow and the knife. He appeared remotely at Westminster Magistrates' Court. Then came another charge: rape. Kyle was accused of raping Louise during the attack. On December 19th, 2024, appearing remotely at Cambridge Crown Court, Kyle pleaded not guilty to all charges. He denied the murders. He denied the rape. He would face trial. But something changed. Perhaps it was the weight of evidence against him. Perhaps it was the knowledge that the doorbell camera had captured his lies. That digital records showed his purchases, his searches, his careful planning. Perhaps it was the realization that there was no way out. On January 22nd, 2025, Kyle Clifford changed his pleas. He pleaded guilty to all 3 murders. He pleaded guilty to false imprisonment. He pleaded guilty to possessing offensive weapons. But he maintained his innocence on the rape charge. The case went to trial on that single remaining count. Prosecutors presented their evidence. They painted a picture of a man consumed by violent misogyny, influenced by controversial social media personality, Andrew Tate, whose content promotes contempt for women. They showed how Kyle had carefully planned every aspect of the attack, how he had deceived Carol Hunt to gain entry, how he had brutally murdered 3 innocent women whose only crime was being part of Louise's family. On March 6, 2025, the jury returned with their verdict. Guilty. Kyle Clifford had raped Louise Hunt during the attack, just as prosecutors had alleged. 5 days later, on March 11, 2025, Kyle Clifford was scheduled to be sentenced at Cambridge Crown Court, but he refused to attend. He wouldn't face the family he'd destroyed. He wouldn't look John Hunt in the eye. He remained in his cell, a coward to the very end. Judge Joel Benathan proceeded without him, delivering the sentence in Clifford's absence. But before the sentence was pronounced, the court heard victim impact statements. John Hunt, the man whose voice had brought joy to millions during races and Olympic events, now had to speak about the darkest moment of his life. When I challenged myself about how you were able to deceive us all, John said, addressing the absent Clifford, I simply say that you are a psychopath who, for the duration of your time together with Louise, was able to disguise yourself as an ordinary human being. He had wanted to deliver his statement eye to eye with Kyle to make the murderer see the devastation he'd caused. But Kyle denied him even that. John spoke of Hannah's final act of bravery, how she had saved his life by calling for help and identifying her killer even as she died. "That's what I believe," he said. "Her doing that has given me life, and I've used that to reground myself on a daily basis. I get to live. Hannah gave me that, and I've got to treat it as a gift from her." Amy Hunt, the surviving daughter and sister, also spoke. She talked about that dinner 2 months before the murders, when she and her sisters had reflected on how lucky they were to have the parents they had, the life they'd been given. That memory was now tinged with unbearable pain. Then Judge Benathan spoke, addressing the absent killer. "The evidence I have heard shows you to be a jealous man soaked in self-pity, a man who holds women in utter contempt," the judge said. "You carefully planned and executed these murders." He noted that Carol Hunt had shown Kyle nothing but kindness in the moments before he attacked her. He praised Louise for being as gentle as she could in ending her relationship with Clifford, despite his arrogance and anger, and he acknowledged that Hannah Hunt had done nothing to harm Clifford, save supporting her little sister. The judge spoke of the letters Kyle had written to his family before the attacks, letters dripping with self-pity. He contrasted Kyle's self-absorption with the gentle heroism and astonishing dignity and courage shown by the Hunt family and their friends throughout the trial. Then came the sentence. For each count of murder, Kyle Clifford received a life sentence, but Judge Benathan went further. He imposed a whole life order, meaning Kyle Clifford would never be released from prison. He would die behind bars, paralyzed, alone, denied the freedom he'd stolen from 3 innocent women. In the months and now years following the murders, John Hunt has had to find a way to continue living. It would have been understandable if he'd withdrawn from the world, if the weight of his grief had crushed him entirely. But John made a different choice. 60 days after the murders, he returned to work. He chose Brighton Racecourse for his first broadcast since the tragedy. "Amy and I still feel so wounded and vulnerable," he said, but returning to work at Brighton felt achievable and realistic. He spoke of the warmth he received that day, the hugs and kindness from everyone at the track. "Amy and I are determined to take small steps forward whenever we feel able," he said. "Today was a good day, and I'm grateful for it." John and Amy both continue to live with their grief, but they do something remarkable. Every morning when John wakes up, he says good morning to Carol, Hannah, and Louise. Sometimes he speaks to them out loud. "Girls, sorry I can't be with you. I'm with your mom at the moment," he'll say to Hannah and Louise. At night, before he closes his eyes, he chats with them again. They're close to him all the time. He still lives in the family home, surrounded by memories both beautiful and horrific. He treats each day as a gift, the gift Hannah gave him when she used her final moments to save his life. In a June 2025 interview with the BBC, John and Amy spoke publicly for the first time in depth about what they'd endured. John explained how he'd wondered if he'd ever be able to care about anything again after the murders. But he found that he could. He found that life still held meaning, that love still existed even in the ruins of tragedy. "You can find some light again," he told the interviewer. A message perhaps as much for himself as for others who face unimaginable loss. Amy spoke too, about the evidence that Kyle Clifford had turned out not to be a nice person, about how the media had sometimes portrayed the relationship inaccurately. It hadn't been abusive in the traditional sense. There had been no hitting, no obvious violence during the relationship, but there had been something dark beneath the surface, something that none of them had fully recognized until it was far too late. She also wanted people to know that the family rejected the label crossbow killer that the media had attached to Kyle. "That takes away from the very real issue we know to be true," she said, referring to the violent misogyny that had driven the attacks, the contempt for women that had allowed Kyle to justify such brutality. The vigil held in Boshi shortly after the murders drew hundreds of people. They came with flowers and candles, with tears and silent prayers. They came because 3 women who should still be alive were dead, and the community needed to acknowledge that loss, to say that Carol, Hannah, and Louise Hunt mattered. Carol Hunt was 61 years old. She was a wife, a mother of 3 daughters she adored. She was the woman who answered the door with kindness, who welcomed her daughter's ex-boyfriend into her home, because it seemed like the right thing to do. the polite thing to do. She paid for that kindness with her life. Hannah Hunt was 28 years old. She was a beautician who made others feel beautiful, who had her whole life ahead of her. In her final moments, as she lay dying in her family's doorway, she thought not of herself but of her father, of making sure the man who'd done this would be caught, of making sure no one else would die. Her courage was extraordinary, and it saved John Hunt's life. Louise Hunt was 25 years old. She was a dog groomer who loved animals, who tried to end a relationship as gently as she could. She had no way of knowing that her ex-boyfriend's ego was so fragile, his hatred of women so deep, that he would respond to her kindness with murder. She deserved to live a long, happy life. Instead, she became a victim of male violence, one of too many women killed by men who believe they own the women they claim to love. These three women, Carol, Hannah, and Louise, are survived by John Hunt and Amy Hunt, who carry their memories forward, who speak their names, who refuse to let their lives be reduced to a news story about a crossbow killer. The racing community, which rallied around John in the immediate aftermath of the murders, continues to support him. But support, no matter how genuine, cannot bring back the dead. It cannot undo what Kyle Clifford did on that Tuesday afternoon in July. All it can do is remind us that we're not alone, even in our darkest moments. That communities can hold us when we feel like we're falling apart. That love persists even when evil tries to destroy it. The Hunt family murders remain a stark reminder of how quickly ordinary life can turn to tragedy, how a single person's anger and entitlement can destroy multiple lives. The case raised questions about crossbow regulation in the United Kingdom. These weapons have been used in several high-profile crimes, including a 2021 incident where a man broke into Windsor Castle with a loaded crossbow, intending to kill Queen Elizabeth II. But beyond discussions of weapon regulation and warning signs, the Hunt family murders are ultimately about people, real people who loved each other, who had dinner together and talked about how grateful they were for their lives, who said good morning to each other and never imagined that one day some of them wouldn't be there to say it back. John Hunt still says good morning to Carol, Hannah, and Louise. He still talks to them at night before he closes his eyes. In his own way, he keeps them alive, keeps their presence in his daily life, refuses to let them be nothing more than victims in a true crime story. Because they were more than that. They were Carol, who showed kindness to a killer. They were Hannah, who saved her father's life with her dying breath. They were Louise, who tried to end a relationship with grace and paid for it with everything. They were the Hunt family, and they deserved so much better than what Kyle Clifford gave them. Please, I'm just putting it out there. If you're still awake and listening, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from, the time in your part of the world, or just say something to let me know you're still with me. And of course, if you haven't already, like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story for sleep. Now, let's move on to our fourth story. Story 4. Tonight, let me take you through a case that unfolded in the heart of Manhattan. A story of ambition, betrayal, and a death that almost went unquestioned. This is the story of Sheila Danishevsky, Kovlin, a brilliant woman whose life was cut short on the last night of 2009, and the nearly decade-long journey to uncover the truth about what really happened in that Upper West Side bathroom. Sheila Danishevsky grew up in a traditional Orthodox Jewish household in New York City. From an early age, she displayed a remarkable intelligence and drive that would carry her far in life. Her family and friends remember her as someone with a fine sense of humor, a woman who believed deeply in public service and charity work. She wasn't just ambitious. She was warm, caring, and deeply connected to her faith and community. By the time she reached her 30s, Sheila had built an impressive career in finance. She worked as a senior vice president for private wealth management at a prestigious investment bank. In a field dominated by men, she had carved out her own space through hard work, intelligence, and an unwavering dedication to her clients. She was the kind of person who commanded respect in boardrooms while never losing her kindness or her connection to the things that mattered most: her faith, her family, and her community. It was February 1998 when Sheila's life took what seemed like a fairy tale turn. She attended a Jewish singles mixer in Manhattan. One of those events where people go hoping to make a connection but not really expecting anything extraordinary. That night she met Roderick Kovlin. He went by Rod. He was 25 years old, 11 years younger than Sheila, and he worked as a stockbroker. He was charming, attentive, and he swept Chill off her feet. Sheila called her sister Eve that very night, her voice full of giggles and excitement. "I met a guy," she said. "A really nice guy." She was so smitten that she even suggested they elope right then and there. Fly to the airport and get married immediately. Eve managed to talk her sister down from that particular impulse. But the connection between Sheila and Rod seemed undeniable. 6 months later, they were married in a lavish ceremony surrounded by family and friends. For a while, everything seemed perfect. 2 years after their wedding, Sheila and Rod welcomed their daughter Anna into the world in the year 2000. Sheila was completely devoted to her daughter. Those who knew her said she was inseparable from Anna, an incredible mother who balanced her demanding career with the joy of raising her child. The family was active in their local synagogue, deeply embedded in the Orthodox Jewish community of Manhattan's Upper West Side. But life, as it often does, brought heartbreak along with joy. Sheila and Rod experienced the devastating loss of a set of twins who were born prematurely. It's the kind of tragedy that can either bring a couple closer together or begin to reveal the cracks in a relationship. In 2006, they welcomed their son Miles, and from the outside, the family of 4 appeared to be living the dream. Successful careers, beautiful children, a home in one of Manhattan's most desirable neighborhoods. But beneath the surface, things were beginning to change. As the years passed, the differences between Sheila and Rod became more apparent. Sheila was the primary breadwinner in the family. Her career in finance provided them with a comfortable lifestyle, the kind of financial security that allowed them to live in their Upper West Side apartment and give their children opportunities. Rod, on the other hand, struggled to find the same level of success. His career as a stockbroker never quite took off the way Sheila's had. According to Sheila's sister Eve, Sheila began to express frustration with Rod's lack of ambition. She said, "He doesn't get a job, he goes to the gym twice a day, and he's just hanging around the house," Eve recalled. "It was very frustrating for her," she said. "It's driving me crazy." Rod had developed other interests. He became deeply involved in the world of competitive backgammon, a game that requires skill and strategy, but also consumed increasing amounts of his time. More concerning was his growing addiction to online backgammon, gambling. As Sheila worked long hours managing millions of dollars for her clients, Rod was at home, spending hours at the computer, playing backgammon for money. The breaking point came on their 10th wedding anniversary, which should have been a celebration of their decade together, instead became the moment that would set their marriage on an irreversible course. According to Sheila's family, Rod asked for an open marriage. He wanted permissions to see other people while remaining married to Sheila. So, for Sheila, who held traditional values and had built her life around her faith and family, this request was devastating. She refused. Instead of opening their marriage, she decided to end it. Sheila filed for divorce in 2009, but because they had 2 young children together, Anna was 9 and Miles was only 3, they made an unusual arrangement. Rod moved out of the family apartment, but only to another unit directly across the hall in the same building. The idea was to make co-parenting easier, to allow the children to move easily between their parents' homes. It seemed like a mature, civilized solution to a difficult situation. But Rod wasn't handling the separation well. As the divorce proceedings began, his behavior became increasingly erratic and disturbing. He began making wild accusations against Sheila, claims that appeared designed to damage her reputation and her relationships with their children. In May 2009, Rod called Sheila's employer and told them she was using drugs. It was a complete fabrication, but it was calculated to create problems for Sheila at work. Then in July of that same year, Rod went even further. He filed a report with Children's Services claiming that Sheila was sexually abusing one of their children. Investigators looked into the allegation and found it to be completely unfounded. In fact, they discovered that Rod had coached their 3-year-old son Miles into making false claims against his mother. Sheila confided in her family and close friends about Rod's behavior. She told them about his erratic temper, his abusive behavior, the threats he would make. She even obtained an order of protection against him, a legal document that resulted in Rod being barred from entering what had been their marital home. The man she had fallen in love with at that singles mixer 11 years earlier, the man she had married in such hope and joy, had become someone she feared. But there was something else at stake beyond custody of the children and the emotional wounds of a failed marriage. There was money, significant money. Xiao had been successful in her career, and over the years she had accumulated substantial wealth. Her estate was worth approximately $5 million. In the event of her death, Rod stood to inherit that fortune. But on December 30th, 2009, Xiao made a decision. She had scheduled a meeting with her attorney for January 110. New Year's Day, the purpose of that meeting was to change her will and remove Rod as a beneficiary. After everything he had put her through, after the lies and the accusations and the attempts to turn their children against her, she was going to cut him out of her will entirely. Rod somehow found out about this plan. He had been hacking into Xiaolei's email account, monitoring her communications, keeping track of her movements. When he discovered that she was planning to meet with her attorney to disinherit him, he knew he had to act quickly. If Xiaolei changed her will, he would lose access to millions of dollars. His gambling debts were mounting. He had no job and no real prospects. That money was the only thing standing between him and financial ruin. So Rod made a decision that night, a decision that would destroy lives and tear a family apart for years to come. The morning of December 31st, 2009, dawned cold and clear over Manhattan. New Year's Eve celebrations were being prepared across the city. In Times Square, workers were getting ready for the famous ball drop that would mark the end of the decade. In the Copeland apartment on West 68th Street and the Upper West Side, 9-year-old Anna woke up to find something that would haunt her for the rest of her life. Her mother was in the bathroom. The scene was horrifying. Xiao was lying in the bathtub, the water stained red with blood. There was blood in her hair, blood on her face. The door to the medicine cabinet above the tub was hanging off its hinges. To a young girl, it looked like her mother had fallen, hit her head, and drowned. Anna ran to the phone and called her father, who lived just across the hall. Rod rushed over to the apartment. When police arrived shortly after, they found Xiaolei's body wrapped in a comforter on the bathroom floor. Rod told the responding officers his story. He had received a panicked call from Anna, ran to the apartment, found Xiaolei in the tub, pulled her out and attempted CPR. He said she must have slipped while bathing, grabbed the medicine cabinet door on her way down, and hit her head before drowning in the tub. The police looked at the scene. They saw the broken cabinet door. They saw the blood. They saw what appeared to be the aftermath of a tragic accident. Rod seemed appropriately distraught. His daughter was clearly traumatized, and there was no obvious sign of forced entry or struggle beyond what would be consistent with a fall. Due to Xiaolei's Orthodox Jewish faith, her family wanted her buried quickly and without an autopsy. In Jewish tradition, the body is treated with great respect and should be interred as soon as possible, ideally within 24 hours. An autopsy would delay that and would violate deeply held religious beliefs. The family was grieving, and they wanted to honor Xiaolei's faith and give her a proper burial. There was one detail that struck two of the responding officers as odd. Though Rod claimed he had pulled Xiaolei's body from the tub, a tub full of water, he said he had performed CPR on her wet body. But when officers looked at him, they noticed something strange. He wasn't wet. He was wearing a light-colored shirt that showed no signs of water. His clothes were completely dry. How could someone pull a body from a tub of water and not get wet? The officers made note of this in their report, but it wasn't enough to stop the burial. Xiaolei's death certificate was issued with the cause of death listed as undetermined. And on January 1, 2010, the day she was supposed to meet with her attorney to change her will, Xiaoleil Danishevsky-Kovlin was laid to rest. Rod had gotten away with it, or so he thought. In the days following Xiaolei's burial, her family began to feel that something wasn't right. The more they thought about the circumstances of her death, the more questions arose. Xiaolei's sister Eve and her husband Mark couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story than a simple accident. One detail particularly bothered them. Just 2 days before her death, Xiaolei had gone to the salon to have her hair colored and styled. Her hairstylist had specifically told her not to get her hair wet for at least 3 days, to preserve the color and style. Why then would Xiaolei be taking a bath that would wet her freshly styled hair? It seemed out of character for someone who was always so put together, so careful about her appearance. Then there was Rod's behavior to consider. The family knew about the contentious divorce, the accusations he had made, the order of protection Xiaolei had obtained. They knew about the meeting she had scheduled for January 1st to remove Rod from her will, and they knew that Rod stood to gain millions of dollars from Xiaolei's death. 1 week after Shelley's death, the family received her official death certificate. The cause of death was still listed as undetermined. Not accidental, undetermined. That single word gave them the opening they needed. If the medical examiner couldn't definitively say it was an accident, then maybe it wasn't. Sheila's family made a decision that went against everything they believed in, everything their faith taught them about respecting the dead. They hired a private investigator and began pushing authorities to take another look at Sheila's death. And they made the agonizing choice to have Sheila's body exhumed so that a proper autopsy could be performed. In February 2010, less than 2 months after Sheila had been laid to rest, her casket was brought back up from the ground. It was a violation of everything the family held sacred. But they needed to know the truth. What had really happened to Sheila? The body was taken to the medical examiner's office. The examination was thorough, and what the medical examiner found changed everything. Near the end of the autopsy, the examiner showed investigators a small bone called the hyoid bone. It's located in the neck, and it had been broken. A broken hyoid bone is one of the classic signs of strangulation. The medical examiner's conclusion was clear. Shelley Danishevsky-Kovlin had died from asphyxiation by neck compression. Someone had strangled her. This was no accident. This was murder. The investigation was reopened. Now as a homicide case. Detectives began looking at Rod Kovlin with new eyes. He became the prime suspect almost immediately. He had motive, the $5 million inheritance. He had opportunity, he lived across the hall, and had access to the building. He had a history of threatening behavior toward Shirel, and he was the one who had been present at the scene, who had supposedly found the body. But there was a problem. Because police had initially treated Shelley's death as an accident, they hadn't collected any physical evidence from the scene. There were no fingerprints, no DNA samples, no forensic evidence that could directly tie Rod to the murder. The bathroom had been clean. The apartment had been lived in. Any evidence that might have been there was long gone. The case against Rod Kovlin would have to be built entirely on circumstantial evidence. And that was going to take time. As detectives dug deeper into Rod Kovlin's life, they uncovered a pattern of behavior that painted a disturbing picture. Rod was financially dependent on Shelley, had mounting gambling debts, and had no real source of income, and he told a judge during the divorce proceedings that he had no money. The judge actually ordered him to stop playing backgammon because his gambling was so out of control. Investigators also discovered that Rod had been in a relationship with another woman, even before Sheila's death. Her name was Deborah Oles, though she also went by Deborah Oles Campbell. She was a married mother of 3, who lived in Jacksonville, North Carolina. She had met Rod at a backgammon tournament in the summer of 2009, and they had begun an affair. Deborah would drive from North Carolina to New York to visit Rod, and they communicated frequently through email and online messaging. Phone records showed that Rod and Deborah had been in contact on the night of Shelley's death. In fact, there were deleted messages between them from that very evening. And in the early morning hours of December 31, after Shelley's body had been found, Rod called Deborah. He told her that his wife had died in an accident. Deborah later said that her very first thought was that it was a strange coincidence, that it seemed to solve all of Rod's problems. But then she pushed that thought away, feeling guilty for thinking it. Rod moved in with Deborah in Westchester County in 2012. He was using money from his daughter Anna's college fund to pay for the apartment, but their relationship was troubled. Deborah began to see a side of Rod that frightened her. She witnessed his explosive temper, his volatile moods, his controlling behavior. But Rod's problems were mounting. In 2011, a judge ruled that he would be cut out of Shelley's inheritance. The money was placed in a trust for the children, and Rod's parents, David and Carol Kovlin, were granted custody of Anna and Miles. This meant that Rod had no direct access to Shelley's millions. The only way he could get to that money was if he regained custody of his children. And that's when Rod's behavior took an even darker turn. According to Deborah's later testimony, Rod began plotting ways to kill his own parents. His thinking was simple and chilling. If his parents were dead, custody of the children would revert to him. And as their father, he would control the trust money. He came up with multiple elaborate schemes. In one plan, he wanted to disguise himself as a black man, complete with a wig and makeup. He would pose as an election canvasser, knock on his mother's door, and when she opened it, he would use his martial arts training. He was skilled in taekwondo to deliver a fatal karate chop to her throat. Deborah actually drove him to a costume warehouse in Yonkers where he purchased the disguise. In another plot inspired by the television shows Breaking Bad and Dexter, Rod considered poisoning his parents with ricin, or aconite. When that seemed too complicated, he came up with an even more horrifying plan. He would have his daughter Anna, who was then about 11 years old, put rat poison in her grandparents' tea. He rationalized this by saying that if Anna got caught, she wouldn't go to jail for very long because of her age. He also considered setting his parents' house on fire during the power outage caused by Hurricane Sandy, when there would be no lights and no working alarm systems. Every plan was more disturbing than the last, but Rod never followed through on any of them. Perhaps he couldn't quite bring himself to do it, or perhaps he realized the plans were too risky. But the fact that he was thinking about them, talking about them, planning them, it showed how desperate he had become to get his hands on that money. But Rod did do something that revealed the depths of his depravity. In June 2013, he accessed his daughter Anna's email account and wrote a draft email addressed to another family member. The email was written in Anna's voice, as if she were confessing to killing her mother. "All of these years I have been so incredibly afraid and guilty about the night my mom died," the fake email read. "I lied. She didn't just slip." The email went on to describe a fictional fight between Anna and Shelley in the bathroom, suggesting that Anna had pushed her mother and caused her death. Rod was attempting to frame his own 13-year-old daughter for murder. He was willing to let her take the blame, to let her believe that she had killed her own mother, all to save himself. The email was never sent, and it wasn't admitted as evidence during the trial, but when investigators found it, they realized they were dealing with someone capable of almost anything. The investigation had been ongoing for years, but police still didn't have enough evidence to arrest Rod. Everything they had was circumstantial. Yes, he had motive. Yes, he had opportunity. Yes, his behavior after Shelley's death was suspicious, but without physical evidence linking him to the murder. Prosecutors worried they couldn't convince a jury. Then, in August 2014, 5 years after Shelley's death, the break finally came. Deborah Olis called the New York Police Department. Her relationship with Rod had ended, and she had information that could change everything. Deborah told investigators that during their time together, Rod had confessed to her. He had admitted that he killed Shelley in order to gain custody of the children. He had told her about his plans to murder his parents. He had shown her the depths of his greed and his willingness to do anything to get his hands on Shelley's money. Deborah also provided investigators with something invaluable: hard drives containing messages and data from Rod's electronic devices. These files showed the extent of his plotting, his hacking into Shelley's emails, his obsessive focus on the money he felt was rightfully his. Armed with this new information, detectives moved quickly. On November 1, 2015, nearly 6 years after Shelley's death, Rod Kovlin was arrested at his home in Scarsdale, New York, and charged with second-degree murder. The arrest made headlines across New York. The case had everything: wealth, murder, family betrayal, and a con man who had almost gotten away with it. But Rod maintained his innocence. His parents stood by him, insisting that their son was being framed, that Deborah was lying, that this was all a terrible mistake. It would be more than 3 years before the case finally went to trial. In December 2018, 9 years after Shelley's death, Rod Kovlin's trial began in Manhattan Supreme Court. The courtroom was packed with family members, reporters, and people who had followed the case for years. Shelley's family sat on one side of the courtroom. Rod's parents sat behind him on the other side. The prosecution, led by Assistant District Attorney Matthew Bogdanos, laid out their case. They argued that Rod had broken into Shelley's apartment on the night of December 30th, 2009. Using his martial arts training, he had strangled her with a chokehold, breaking her hyoid bone. Then he had staged the scene to make it look like an accident, ripping the medicine cabinet door off its hinges, placing her body in the tub, and adding water to make it appear that she had drowned. The prosecution presented photos of the crime scene, showing the bathroom, the bathtub, the bloody water. They built a life-size replica of the bathroom so that jurors could understand the layout and see how implausible Rod's version of events was. A private investigator demonstrated how high the medicine cabinet was positioned, too high for someone falling to have grabbed it on the way down. The medical examiner testified about the broken hyoid bone and what it meant. The hyoid bone is small but strong. It doesn't break easily. When it does break, it's almost always a sign of strangulation. The examiner explained that the injuries Sheila sustained were consistent with someone applying pressure to her neck from behind, cutting off her air supply until she lost consciousness and died. One of the most dramatic moments of the trial came when prosecutors introduced video footage from the jail where Rod was being held awaiting trial. The video showed Rod in the law library, demonstrating a chokehold to another inmate. The prosecution argued that this showed Rod's knowledge of martial arts techniques and his ability to perform a chokehold that would be consistent with the medical examiner's findings. Rod's defense attorney, Robert Gottlieb, argued that the prosecution's case was entirely circumstantial. There was no physical evidence linking Rod to the crime. No fingerprints, no DNA, no witnesses who saw him enter Sheila's apartment that night. The defense suggested that the prosecution was simply looking for someone to blame for a tragic accident, and Rod was an easy target because of the contentious divorce. But then Deborah Oles took the stand and her testimony was devastating. Wearing dark sunglasses for most of her time on the witness stand, she had asked the judge to bar photographers from taking her picture, but the request was denied. Deborah described her relationship with Rod in detail. She told the jury about the late-night call she received on New Year's Day 2010, when Rod told her Sheila had died in an accident. She described how over time she came to see Rod's mercurial temper, his capacity for violence, his obsession with money. She testified about the murder plots against his parents. She described driving Rod to the costume warehouse to buy the disguise. She told the jury about the rat poison plan, about the Breaking Bad-inspired schemes, about the fire during Hurricane Sandy. She explained how Rod had rationalized using his own daughter to commit murder. He wanted to drive to his parents' house when he knew his mother was going to be home, Deborah testified. And when she opened the door, he wanted to karate chop her in the throat and kill her. Rod's defense attorney tried to paint Deborah as a disgruntled ex-girlfriend, someone who was angry at Rod for ending their relationship and was willing to lie to get revenge. But Deborah's testimony was specific, detailed, and backed up by the electronic evidence she had provided to investigators. The prosecution argued that Rod's behavior after the murder showed his guilt. He had tried to access Sheila's money. He had fought his parents for custody of the children. He had attempted to frame his own daughter. And when none of that worked, he had plotted to murder his parents. This wasn't the behavior of an innocent man grieving the accidental death of his estranged wife. This was the behavior of a man who had killed for money and would do anything to get it. The trial lasted 9 weeks. The jury heard from dozens of witnesses, examined hundreds of pieces of evidence, and deliberated for just 2 days before reaching their verdict. On March 13, 2019, the jury returned to the courtroom. Rod Coughlin stood to hear the verdict. The courtroom was silent except for the quiet sobbing of Sheila's family members, who had waited nearly a decade for this moment. The jury foreman read the verdict. Guilty of murder in the second degree. Sheila's family erupted in tears and embraces. After 9 years, after fighting for an exhumation, after pushing investigators to keep working the case, after enduring a painful trial, they finally had justice. Eve Karstadt, Sheila's sister, said later that it wasn't a moment of celebration but a moment of relief. The thought of what would have happened if the verdict had gone the other way was too painful to contemplate. Outside the courthouse, family and friends gathered. First thing I thought of was, it's justice for Sheila, and she can finally rest, one family member said through tears. On April 10, 2019, Rod Coughlin returned to court for sentencing. His children Anna and Miles both spoke or submitted statements in support of their father. Even after everything, even after the trial and the evidence and the conviction, they still believed in his innocence. Anna, who was 18 by then, wrote in her statement, "My mom slipped, hit her head, fell unconscious and drowned, just like the medical examiner said when he found her. My father is innocent." Miles, who was 12, stood before the judge and said, "I lost one parent and do not want to lose a second." It was heartbreaking to hear these children defend the man who had killed their mother, the man who had tried to frame Anna for the murder, the man who had been willing to use them as pawns in his schemes to access their inheritance. But Rod had spent years manipulating them, convincing them of his innocence, and they believed him. Judge Ruth Pickholes was unmoved by their pleas. She cited the overwhelming evidence against Rod and the fact that he had shown absolutely no remorse for his actions. When given a chance to speak, Rod said only, "Luckily, my daughter who was there that night knows the truth." He still maintained his innocence. He still showed no acknowledgement of what he had done. Judge Pickholes sentenced Roderick Kovlin to 25 years to life in prison. Manhattan District Attorney Cy Vance released a statement. Roderick Kovlin will now spend decades in prison for his domestic violence, depravity, and deception, but family and intimate partner violence continues on in apartments across New York City. The crisis of domestic violence does not discriminate. Rod was sent to Attica Correctional Facility near Buffalo, New York, where he remains today. Rod Kovlin didn't accept the verdict quietly. In March 2021, he filed an appeal claiming that the lead prosecutor, Matthew Bogdanos, had engaged in misconduct during the trial. Rod's attorney argued that the prosecutor had fabricated evidence, specifically claiming that Bogdanos had lied about a wet spot on Shelley's bed pillow being evidence that Rod had attacked her there. The defense pointed out that every NYPD officer who responded to the scene had testified that the bed was not wet that morning. They argued that this false evidence had poisoned the jury's deliberations and warranted either overturning the conviction or granting a new trial. In May 2022, the appellate division ruled on Rod's appeal and denied it. The court found that even if there were any errors in the admission of evidence, they were harmless given the overwhelming evidence of Rod's guilt. The ruling specifically cited Rod's training in Taekwondo and his demonstrated knowledge of how to perform a lethal chokehold as evidence that supported the prosecution's case. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, who had taken office after Cy Vance, released a statement praising the appellate court's decision. Today's appellate division ruling underscores what a Manhattan jury affirmed 3 years ago. This office has long been committed to securing justice for Shelley's family, and I hope this decision helps give them closure. But the case still wasn't fully closed for the Kovlin family. In July 2022, Anna Kovlin, then 21 years old, wrote an open letter to District Attorney Bragg defending her father. In the letter, she provided her most detailed account yet of the morning she found her mother. "That morning my dad had no idea why I was calling until he got to the flat," she wrote. "Even though he knew his children could be in danger, he still had to wait for my tiny 9-year-old hands to pick 3 locks to open the door at the apartment." She described her belief that her mother's death was simply a tragic accident, that her father was innocent, and that the criminal justice system had failed him. "My mother's death was a tragic accident," she wrote. "I think about it every day and it will forever weigh on my heart. But there's nothing that can be done. She's gone and I have to live with it and learn to accept it. But I still have another father, a loving, kind, creative, caring, hardworking father." It's one of the saddest aspects of this entire case, that the children who lost their mother have been so thoroughly convinced of their father's innocence, that they continue to support him even after his conviction and failed appeal. They don't believe their father is capable of murder, even though a jury heard all the evidence and concluded otherwise. As of 2023, Rod Kovlin continued to maintain his innocence and claimed he was working to have his conviction overturned. In an interview, he stated that he believed the prosecution had fabricated evidence, and that a judge would eventually do the right thing and overturn his conviction or grant him a new trial. His attorney has continued to fight on his behalf, though legal experts consider the chances of success to be extremely slim. The murder of Shelley Danishevsky, Kovlin, is a case that raises profound questions about domestic violence, financial abuse, and the lengths to which some people will go when motivated by greed. Shelley was a successful, intelligent woman who seemingly had everything: a good career, financial security, 2 children she loved deeply. But she found herself trapped in a relationship with a man who saw her not as a partner or the mother of his children, but as a source of money. Rod Kovlin's behavior throughout their marriage, and after Shelley's death, reveals a pattern of manipulation and control. He made false accusations against her. He tried to turn their children against her. He hacked into her email to monitor her communications. And when she finally decided to cut him out of her will, removing his access to her fortune, he killed her. What makes this case particularly chilling is how close Rod came to getting away with it. If Shelley's family hadn't pushed for an autopsy, if they hadn't hired private investigators, if they hadn't fought for justice despite the religious and emotional cost of exhuming Shelley's body, Rod might never have been caught. The initial police response treated her death as an accident, and Rod had counted on that. He had counted on Orthodox Jewish burial customs preventing an autopsy. He had counted on the lack of physical evidence. He had almost been right. The case also highlights the importance of listening to family members who suspect domestic violence. Shelley had confided in her family about Rod's behavior. She had obtained an order of protection. She had taken steps to protect herself and her children, but in the end, those steps weren't enough. Rod found a way to get to her, and he did it on the night before she was going to remove him from her will. For Shelley's family, the conviction brought some measure of peace, but it couldn't bring Shelley back. It couldn't undo the years of pain and uncertainty. It couldn't restore the grandmother, sister, and friend they had lost. And it couldn't change the fact that Anna and Miles grew up without their mother, raised instead by grandparents while their father rotted in prison for killing her. Deborah Olas, the woman whose testimony helped convict Rod, has largely disappeared from public view. In interviews after the trial, she said she hoped she could finally rest after testifying. She had been terrified to face Rod in court, but she had done it because she believed it was the right thing to do. She had seen the monster Rod truly was, and she couldn't let him get away with murder. Today, Shelley's legacy lives on through her children, though the tragedy of how she died casts a long shadow over everything. She was remembered as a woman of faith, intelligence, warmth, and dedication. She worked hard, she loved deeply, and she tried to do the right thing even when it was difficult. Her death serves as a reminder of how dangerous it can be when relationships deteriorate, when money becomes more important than human life, and when someone decides that murder is an acceptable solution to their problems. As for Rod Kovlin, he sits in his cell at Attica Correctional Facility, maintaining his innocence and hoping for an appeal that will likely never succeed. He gave up everything, his freedom, his children's love based on truth, his humanity for $5 million he would never see. In the end, his greed cost him everything, including the decades of life he'll spend behind bars. The story of Shelley Danishevsky Kovlin is one of those cases that stays with you. It's a reminder to pay attention when someone says they feel unsafe. It's a call to believe women when they report abuse, and it's a testament to the importance of family members who refuse to accept convenient explanations and demand the truth, no matter how painful that truth might be. Please, if you're still awake, let's move on to our last story. Story 5. In the late summer of 1995, in the quiet suburban neighborhood of Springfield, Illinois, a seemingly perfect family lived on Westview Drive. To anyone looking in from the outside, Mark and Donna Winger had everything. They were both in their early 30s, well-educated professionals with promising careers. Mark was a nuclear safety engineer with a degree in physics from the prestigious Virginia Military Institute, where he'd also served as a commissioned officer. Donna was a skilled operating room technician, known for her warm personality and dedication to helping others. They had met in the late 1980s on a blind date, set up by Mark's brother, who worked with Donna in Florida. The chemistry between them was immediate. Mark was charming, intelligent, and came from a good family in Ohio. Donna was vivacious, full of life, with an infectious laugh that drew people to her. After dating for about 6 months, Mark proposed, and they were married on March 4th, 1989, in a beautiful ceremony at Temple Sol in Hollywood, Florida, surrounded by family and friends, who believed they were witnessing the beginning of a wonderful partnership. After the wedding, the newlyweds eventually settled in Springfield, where Mark had been offered a position with the Illinois Department of Nuclear Safety. They bought a nice home, became active members of their local synagogue, and by all accounts seemed to be living the American dream. Their neighbors described them as a lovely couple, always friendly, always smiling. Donna's family, especially her mother Sarah Jane and stepfather Ira Drescher, absolutely adored Mark. He was everything they could have hoped for in a son-in-law. But there was one shadow over their otherwise perfect life. Donna and Mark desperately wanted children, but after trying for several years, they learned that Donna could not conceive. For a couple so eager to start a family, this was devastating news. Yet they didn't let it defeat them. Instead, they turned to adoption. And on June 1st, 1995, their dream finally came true. They brought home a beautiful baby girl they named Bailey Elizabeth Winger. Bailey was everything to them. Friends and family watched as the couple doted on their new daughter, showing her off at every opportunity. Donna's best friend Deanne Schultz remembered how radiant Donna was as a new mother, how she seemed to glow with happiness. It appeared that the Wingers' life was finally complete. The missing piece had been found. But just 3 months later, everything would change in the most horrific way imaginable. On August 23rd, 1995, Donna traveled to Florida with 3-month-old Bailey to visit her mother and family. It was a trip she'd made many times before, a chance to show off her new daughter and spend quality time with the people she loved most. The visit was wonderful, filled with the joy of new motherhood and family connection. When it was time to return home, Sarah Jane drove Donna and Bailey to St. Louis Lambert International Airport, where they would catch their flight back to Illinois. At the St. Louis airport, Donna had arranged for a shuttle service to drive her and Bailey their approximately 2-hour journey from the airport back to their home in Springfield. It was a common arrangement, one she'd made before without incident. The driver who picked them up that day was a man named Roger Harrington, a 27-year-old who had been working for Boot Hill Area Rapid Transportation for about 6 months. What should have been a routine drive home turned into something that left Donna deeply unsettled. Roger Harrington was not like other drivers Donna had encountered. From the beginning of the trip, his behavior was strange and inappropriate. As they drove along the highway, Harrington began opening up to Donna about personal matters that made her increasingly uncomfortable. He talked about using drugs, about wild parties and orgies. He drove at excessive speeds, sometimes reaching over 80 miles per hour, with a baby in the vehicle. He mentioned a voice in his head named Dom that told him to do terrible things involving murder and bombs and dismemberment. Donna tried to remain calm, tried to keep the conversation neutral, but inside she was frightened. She just wanted to get home safely with her baby. When they finally arrived at the Winger home on Westview Drive, Donna was profoundly relieved. She paid the driver and hurried inside with Bailey, grateful that the disturbing journey was over. Mark was away on a business trip in Tennessee when Donna arrived home, but she immediately called him to tell him about the frightening ride. Mark, concerned and angry, urged Donna to write down everything she could remember about what Harrington had said and done. She did exactly that, recording the details of the uncomfortable trip on paper and taping her notes to the refrigerator door as a reminder. Mark also told Donna to file a complaint with the shuttle company. She followed his advice, and together they sent a letter detailing Harrington's inappropriate behavior during the ride. The complaint was taken seriously by Boot Hill Area Rapid Transportation, and Roger Harrington was suspended from his job. But the incident didn't end there. Over the next few days, the Wingers began receiving strange phone calls. Someone would call their home, and when they answered, the caller would simply hang up without saying a word. This happened multiple times. The Wingers became convinced that the calls were coming from Roger Harrington, that he was harassing them, perhaps angry about losing his job because of their complaint. The anxiety in the household was growing. And then came August 29th. It was a late summer afternoon, warm and quiet in the suburban neighborhood. According to Mark Winger's account, he was exercising on the treadmill in the basement of their home. Bailey was upstairs, napping in her crib in the master bedroom. Donna was somewhere in the house, going about her day. Then Mark heard it, a loud, crashing sound from upstairs. A thud that sent his mind racing. Had Donna fallen? Had she dropped the baby? Panic seized him as he rushed up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. His first thought was to check on Bailey. He ran to the master bedroom and found his daughter safe in her crib, sleeping peacefully, undisturbed by whatever had caused the noise. But then he heard other sounds, terrible sounds. Sounds of struggle and violence coming from elsewhere in the house. Mark grabbed his .45 caliber pistol from the bedroom and ran toward the hallway. What he claimed he saw there would become the foundation of one of the most elaborate deceptions in Illinois criminal history. According to Mark, he rounded the corner and saw a scene of horror. His wife Donna was lying on the floor, motionless, blood pooling around her head. Standing over her was a man with a hammer raised high, bringing it down again and again onto Donna's skull. Mark said he recognized the man immediately. It was Roger Harrington, the shuttle driver who had made Donna so uncomfortable, the man they believed had been harassing them. Without hesitation, Mark raised his pistol and fired. The bullet struck Harrington in the back of the head, and he crumpled to the floor. But according to Mark, Harrington wasn't dead yet. He began to sit up, turning toward Mark, and in fear for his own life, Mark fired again, this time hitting Harrington in the forehead. Only then did the threat seem to end. Mark's hands were shaking as he reached for the phone and dialed 911. The call that followed would be played and analyzed countless times in the years to come. On the recording, Mark sounds frantic, breathless, his words tumbling over each other in apparent hysteria. "I just found this man in my house." Mark gasped into the phone. "He beat my wife. He's lying on the floor with a bullet in his head. Yes, I shot him. He was killing my wife. In the background of that 911 call, if you listen carefully, you can hear something chilling. The sound of a man moaning in pain. And then, suddenly, Mark tells the operator he has to go, that he can hear his baby crying. He hangs up the phone abruptly. When police arrived at the scene just minutes later, they found exactly what Mark had described. 2 bodies on the floor of the hallway. Donna Winger, 32 years old, with massive head trauma. She had been struck no less than 7 times with a claw hammer. Roger Harrington, 27 years old, with 2 gunshot wounds to the head, 1 in the back and 1 in the forehead. Neither victim could speak. Neither would survive their injuries. Detective Charlie Cox was one of the first investigators on the scene. He found Mark Winger, visibly shaken, sitting in the house trying to process what had happened. As Cox surveyed the scene, taking in the hammer, the gun, the positions of the bodies, Mark volunteered information. He asked the detective, "Who is that guy out there? Is his name Roger?" When Cox confirmed that yes, the dead man was Roger Harrington, Mark seemed shocked. "Oh my God, that's the man who has been harassing my wife this week," he exclaimed, and proceeded to tell Cox about the frightening shuttle ride and the anonymous phone calls that had followed. The pieces seemed to fall into place almost immediately. Here was the motive. Harrington had been angry about losing his job because of the Wingers' complaint. He had come to their home seeking revenge. He had attacked Donna with a hammer, and Mark had acted in self-defense to stop him. The hammer used in the attack was even the Wingers' own hammer, which Mark explained Donna had left out as a reminder to hang a hat rack. Cox's partner, Detective Doug Williamson, helped calm Mark down, assuring him that he had done nothing wrong, that he had simply protected his wife and family from an intruder. Mark was certain he was going to be arrested for shooting a man, but the detectives quickly disabused him of that notion. He wasn't a criminal. He was a victim, a hero even, who had tried to save his wife from a madman. The case seemed open and shut. Roger Harrington's background supported the theory. He did have a history of psychiatric treatment. He had been in trouble before. A note was found in Harrington's car with the Winger address written on it, which seemed to support the idea that he had planned this attack. Less than 48 hours after the murders, the prosecutor held a press conference and announced that Mark Winger had acted in self-defense. No charges would be filed. The case was closed. The official conclusion was that Roger Harrington had broken into the Winger home and murdered Donna in retaliation for the complaint that cost him his job, and Mark Winger had shot Harrington to stop the attack. It was ruled a justifiable homicide in defense of home and family. Roger Harrington's family was devastated and angry. His mother, Helen Harrington, insisted that her son was not capable of such violence. He was no troublemaker, she said. He was a good kid. He wouldn't even strike at anybody. I don't think he would hurt anybody, and I don't think he was crazy, but no one listened to the Harringtons. The case was closed, and Roger Harrington would be remembered as a murderer. For Mark Winger, life went on. There was an outpouring of support from the Springfield community. People viewed him as a tragic figure, a good man who had lost his wife in the most horrible way imaginable and had been forced to take a life to try to save her. His family rallied around him. Donna's family, shattered by grief, flew to Illinois to support their beloved son-in-law. Sarah Jane and Ira Drescher were devastated by the loss of their daughter. But they never doubted Mark's story. How could they? He was family. He was a good man. And now he was a widowed father trying to raise an infant daughter on his own. In the months that followed, Mark collected on Donna's life insurance policy, which was worth approximately $175,000. But he didn't stop there. He also filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Boot Heel Area Rapid Transportation, the company that employed Roger Harrington, seeking millions in damages. The lawsuit claimed that the company had been negligent in hiring and supervising Harrington, and that this negligence had led directly to Donna's death. Meanwhile, Mark needed help caring for 3-month-old Bailey. Donna's family suggested he hire a nanny, someone who could help him through this difficult time. In January 1996, just 5 months after Donna's death, a young woman named Rebecca Simic came into Mark Winger's life. Rebecca was 23 years old, a recent college graduate looking for nanny work in the Springfield area. When she met Mark and Bailey, she was moved by their story. Here was this tiny baby girl who had lost her mother at just 3 months old, and this grieving widower trying to do right by his daughter. Rebecca felt called to help them. It just felt like Bailey was the one that really needed me the most. she would later say. She had been through so much already at the age of 3 months. Rebecca moved into the Winger home to provide full-time care for Bailey. Even Donna's family approved of her, seeing her as an angel sent to help Mark during this impossible time. Rebecca was kind, nurturing, and wonderful with Bailey. She was dedicated to giving the little girl a good childhood, despite the trauma of losing her mother. At first, Rebecca felt uncomfortable in the house where 2 people had died so violently, but Mark helped put her at ease. He was gentle, thoughtful, and grateful for her help. As the weeks passed, their relationship evolved. After long days of childcare, Mark and Rebecca would sit together, sharing a glass of wine and conversation. A connection was forming between them. The relationship between Mark and Rebecca deepened quickly. To those around them, it seemed natural in a way. Mark had been happily married, and as he explained to Rebecca, when you have a good marriage, it's natural for you just to want that again. Rebecca found herself falling for this man who seemed to be such a devoted father, such a tragic figure, such a hero who had tried his best to save his wife. 16 months after Donna's death, Mark Winger and Rebecca Simic eloped in Hawaii. The quickness of the marriage raised some eyebrows, but most people understood here was a man who needed a mother for his daughter, a partner to help him rebuild his life, and Rebecca clearly loved both Mark and Bailey. Mark sent a letter to Sarah Jane Drescher, Donna's mother, informing her of the marriage, but the letter contained more than just news of his remarriage. He also told Sarah Jane that she would no longer be referred to as Bailey's grandmother. This was a significant and hurtful blow to Donna's family, but Mark was moving forward with his new life, and that meant establishing boundaries. Rebecca legally adopted Bailey, and she and Mark went on to have 3 more children together. Daughters Anna and Maggie, and a son named Ben. From the outside, it appeared that Mark Winger had overcome tragedy and built a new, beautiful family. He had a successful career, a loving wife, 4 children, and the sympathy and respect of his community. The perfect life rebuilt from ashes. But there was someone who knew the truth. Someone who had been carrying a terrible burden of knowledge for years. Someone whose guilt was eating her alive. Dan Schultz had been Donna's best friend. They were incredibly close. So close that Donna's sisters considered Deanne to be like another sister to them. After Donna's death, Deanne struggled profoundly with grief. She seemed to have a particularly hard time accepting the loss, and there was noticeable tension between her and Rebecca Simic. Deanne appeared to want to stay involved in Bailey's life, to maintain some connection to her lost friend's daughter, but the new family dynamic made that difficult. What no one knew, what Deanne had kept secret for more than 3 years, was that she and Mark Winger had been having an affair. It had started about a month before Donna's murder. Deanne and Mark had begun a secret relationship, one that continued for a few months after Donna's death. And during that affair, Mark had said things to Deanne that haunted her. Terrible things. Mark had told Deanne that he wanted out of his marriage. He said it would be easier if Donna just died. At the time, Deanne thought it was just talk. The kind of dark thoughts people sometimes voice when they're unhappy, but never act upon. She didn't take him seriously. How could she? Mark and Donna seemed so happy on the surface. But then came the shuttle ride with Roger Harrington, and Donna's complaint about his behavior. And Mark said something to Deanne that made her blood run cold. "I've got to get that driver in my house." He told her that all she would need to do afterward was find Donna's body. Deanne refused to participate. She thought Mark was speaking hypothetically, working through his frustrations. But when Donna actually turned up dead, just days later, killed in exactly the scenario Mark had described, Deanne knew. She knew what he had done. But Mark had threatened her. He warned her that if she ever told anyone about the things he'd said, they would both be in trouble. And Deanne, terrified and racked with guilt, kept silent. She watched as Mark was declared a hero. She watched as he collected insurance money and filed lawsuits. She watched as he married Rebecca and started a new family, and the weight of what she knew crushed her. Deanne attempted suicide multiple times. She spiraled into severe depression, unable to cope with the knowledge that her friend had been murdered by her husband, and that she, Deanne, had known he was capable of it and hadn't said anything. The guilt was unbearable. Years passed. Mark seemed to have gotten away with it completely. But then in 1999, something happened that Mark couldn't have anticipated. Mark kept showing up at the police station asking questions about the case, even though it had been closed for years. He wanted to know if the police were checking into anything, if they had any new information. He came by to ask for his gun back. He stopped in to tell them he was getting remarried. His behavior struck some of the investigators as odd. Why was he so interested in a closed case? Why did he keep coming around? Detective Doug Williamson had never been entirely satisfied with how the investigation was handled. From the beginning, he'd had questions that bothered him. Why would Donna open the door to Roger Harrington, a man she supposedly feared? Why was there no sign of forced entry? Why had Harrington parked his car right in front of the house, practically announcing his presence to the whole neighborhood? And that note found in Harrington's car with Mark Winger's name, address, and the time 4:30 p.m. Didn't that suggest a planned meeting rather than a surprise attack? But Williamson's concerns had been dismissed by his superiors. The case was closed. Mark Winger was a respected member of the community, a victim of tragedy. There was no reason to doubt his story, until Deanne Schultz finally broke her silence. In February 1999, nearly 4 years after the murders, Deanne went to the police. The burden had become too much to bear. She had seen Mark recently, and he had told her he'd found Jesus Christ and been forgiven for what he'd done. He'd also reminded her that if she ever said anything, they would both be in trouble. But Deanne couldn't stay quiet anymore. She told investigators about the affair. She told them about Mark's statements that it would be easier if Donna died. She told them about Mark saying he needed to get the shuttle driver into his house. She told them everything. The revelation was explosive. Detective Charlie Cox, who had written in his initial report that it was very apparent Mark and Donna were very much in love, was shocked. He had completely missed this. The police decided to reopen the case and re-examine all the evidence. But there was a problem. When they went to retrieve the evidence from storage, they discovered it was gone. All of it had been released to Mark Winger's attorney as part of the wrongful death lawsuit he had filed against the shuttle company. The very lawsuit he was pursuing to profit even further from his wife's death had put the evidence into his own hands. Investigators had to start from scratch, but they were determined to get it right this time. They began looking at everything with fresh eyes, operating under the theory that Mark Winger had murdered his wife and framed Roger Harrington. The shuttle company's lawsuit had required its own investigation, and during that process, some evidence had been preserved, including 3 Polaroid photographs taken at the crime scene before the bodies were moved. These photographs had never been properly examined during the initial investigation. Now they became crucial. The Polaroids showed the exact positions of Donna's and Roger Harrington's bodies when first responders arrived, and those positions contradicted Mark Winger's account of what had happened. Mark had stated that Roger Harrington was kneeling down right next to Donna's head, beating her with the hammer, and that when Mark shot him, Harrington fell backwards, so that his feet remained near Donna's head. But the photographs showed the exact opposite. They showed that Harrington's body was positioned in a way that made Mark's story impossible. Investigators brought in blood spatter experts to analyze the scene. The expert Tom Bevel concluded that the blood evidence told a very different story than the one Mark had been telling for years. The blood patterns showed that Roger Harrington had been shot first, not second. He had been lying face down when he was initially shot in the back of the head. The blood evidence suggested he had been flipped over onto his back before receiving the final gunshot to his forehead. And Donna's clothing showed no signs of blood spatter, consistent with Harrington being shot while standing over her, as Mark had claimed. Most damning of all, experts found spots of Donna's blood on Mark's clothing that were consistent with Mark having been the one wielding the hammer. Roger Harrington's clothing, by contrast, showed no trace of Donna's blood at all. If he had been beating her with a hammer as violently as Mark described, he would have been covered in her blood. But he wasn't, because he hadn't attacked her. Other pieces of evidence began to make sense in this new light. Roger Harrington had brought his cigarettes and coffee cup into the Winger house, setting them casually on the kitchen table. Would a man planning a violent attack bring his coffee and cigarettes with him? No, but a man who thought he was coming for a friendly meeting to smooth things over would. Harrington had left weapons in his car. He had a tire iron and a knife, either of which would have made a more effective weapon than the Winger's own hammer. If he had come to commit murder, why would he have left his own weapons behind and used a hammer he found in the house? There was no sign of forced entry. Neighbors reported seeing Harrington's junky Oldsmobile park in front of the Winger house, and seeing him wait a few minutes before going inside. That suggested he was expected, that he had an appointment, and then there was that note in his car with Mark Winger's name, Address and the time 4:30 p.m. It wasn't a threatening note or a stalker's note. It was a reminder note. The kind someone writes to themselves about an appointment. Investigators dug deeper. They discovered that Mark Winger had called Boot Heel Area Rapid Transportation earlier on the day of the murders, asking specifically for Roger Harrington. Dispatch records confirmed it. Mark had reached out to Roger and arranged for him to come to the house. When investigators listened carefully to the 911 call again, they noticed something they had missed before. Yes, there was a man moaning in the background during part of the call. But when Mark abruptly hung up, saying he needed to attend to his crying baby, there was actually no baby crying in the background. That struck investigators as significant. Had Mark hung up because he realized Roger Harrington was still alive and needed to fire that second shot before help arrived? The theory that emerged was devastating in its calculation. Mark Winger had been having an affair with Deanne Schultz. He wanted out of his marriage to Donna. When Donna came home from Florida with that disturbing story about the shuttle driver Roger Harrington, Mark saw an opportunity. He could kill Donna, frame the mentally unstable shuttle driver, and walk away a hero. He could keep Bailey, marry Deanne, and start fresh. It was the perfect plan. Mark reached out to Roger Harrington, likely under the pretense of wanting to meet with him to discuss the incident. Perhaps to assure Harrington that there would be no professional repercussions. That they could work things out. Roger, who by all accounts was not violent and desperately needed his job, came to the meeting hoping to make peace. When Roger arrived at the house that afternoon, Mark let him in. Roger brought his coffee and cigarettes, expecting a civil conversation, but Mark had other plans. He executed Roger with a shot to the back of the head as Roger stood in the hallway, probably not even knowing what was happening. Then Mark beat his wife Donna to death with the hammer, striking her at least 7 times. He positioned the hammer near Harrington's body, flipped Harrington over, and fired a second shot into his forehead to make it look like there had been a confrontation. Then he called 911 and performed the role of the hysterical husband who had walked in on a murder in progress. And it had worked. For years it had worked perfectly. But now, in 2001, Mark Winger was arrested and charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. The man who had been hailed as a hero, who had collected insurance money and community sympathy, who had rebuilt his life and started a new family, was finally going to face justice. The trial began in May 2002. For Rebecca Simic, it was a nightmare beyond comprehension. She had been at McDonald's, Playland, with her 4 children when she got the call about Mark's arrest. She was shocked, having had no idea there was even an investigation. The Mark she knew was a good husband, a loving father. She couldn't reconcile that man with the accusations being made. At first, Rebecca supported Mark. She attended the trial every day, convinced he would be acquitted, convinced there had been some terrible mistake. She had spent years believing he was a hero, believing he had tried his best to save Donna. She had built a life with him, had 4 children with him. This couldn't be real. But as the evidence was presented, as witness after witness testified, as the forensic experts explained the blood spatter and the impossibility of Mark's story, Rebecca began to understand the horrifying truth. The man she had married, the father of her children, was a cold-blooded murderer, who had orchestrated one of the most calculated crimes imaginable. The prosecution presented Deanne Schultz's testimony about the affair and Mark's incriminating statements. They presented the Polaroid photographs showing the body positions. They presented the blood spatter analysis. They presented testimony from paramedics who said they had found Donna face down, contradicting Mark's claim that he had held her before they arrived. They presented the recorded phone conversation between Mark and Roger Harrington, arranging the meeting. They presented the note in Roger's car. They presented the dispatch records showing Mark had called asking for Roger. The defense tried to argue that Roger Harrington was mentally ill, that he had behaved erratically, that he was capable of murder. But the physical evidence was overwhelming. Roger Harrington had not killed anyone. He had been murdered, used as a pawn in Mark Winger's scheme. After a 3-week trial, the jury reached their verdict. Guilty on 2 counts of first-degree murder. Sighing, Rebecca Simic sat in the courtroom as the verdict was read, and in that moment her entire world collapsed. That guilty verdict solidified that, hey, your life's over. Your kids don't have a dad. It's up to you. Move on, she later recalled. Mark Winger was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. At age 39, he would spend the rest of his days behind bars. Roger Harrington's name was finally cleared. The young man who had been vilified as a monster for 7 years was vindicated. His family had been right all along. He had been innocent, a victim of Mark Winger's malevolence. For Rebecca Simic, the aftermath was devastating. She found herself suddenly a single mother to 4 young children, Bailey, now 7, Anna, 5, Maggie, 3, and Ben, 2. She was the wife of a convicted double murderer, living in a community that viewed her with suspicion, wondering if she had known if she had been complicit in some way. The financial security she had known disappeared. The house went into foreclosure. After 7 years as a stay-at-home mom, she had to find work, and eventually had to make the painful decision to go on welfare. Her brothers helped her relocate to Louisville, Kentucky, where she could start fresh. She changed her name back to her maiden name, Simic, and changed all of her children's names as well. They were no longer Wingers. They needed distance from that name, from that legacy. For Bailey, now a young child old enough to have questions, Rebecca faced the heartbreaking task of explaining why her daddy was in prison, why they had to leave their home, why everything had changed. As Bailey grew older, Rebecca eventually told her the full truth about what her biological father had done. It was closure Bailey needed, a way to understand and finally break away from the man who had killed her mother. But the story doesn't end there. In 2006, Mark Winger demonstrated once again that his capacity for evil had not been diminished by his incarceration. From prison, he attempted to arrange 2 more murders. He approached a fellow inmate with an elaborate plan to have people killed on the outside. His intended victims were Deanne Schultz, the woman who had been his mistress and who had testified against him, and Jeffrey Gelman, a childhood friend who had refused to post Mark's $1 million bail. The plan was intricate and disturbing. Mark initially wanted Gelman kidnapped for ransom, and then both Gelman and Schultz murdered. He wanted Schultz's death staged to look like a suicide, and he provided detailed instructions about ensuring only her fingerprints were on the suicide note, that only her DNA was on the envelope stamps and flap. He even harbored thoughts about having Donna's stepfather, Ira Drescher, killed as well if there was money left over. But the inmate Mark approached didn't follow through with the plan. Instead, he reported it to authorities. Mark Winger was indicted on charges of solicitation of murder. In June 2007, Mark Winger was convicted of solicitation of murder. The judge added 35 years to his existing life without parole sentence, calling him a threat to the public. Sarah Jane Drescher, Donna's mother, told the media that the additional sentence gave her peace of mind, easing her worry that some technicality might overturn the murder convictions and set her former son-in-law free. Today, Mark Winger remains incarcerated at Menard Correctional Center in Illinois, where he will spend the rest of his life. He is now in his 60s, having spent more than 2 decades behind bars. A man who once had everything, who seemed so perfect on the surface, who fooled an entire community into believing he was a hero, is just another inmate among thousands. For Rebecca Simic, life moved forward in ways she never could have imagined. She dedicated herself to raising her 4 children, determined that their father's crimes would not define them, and remarkably they have thrived. Bailey, the baby who was sleeping peacefully in her crib while her mother was murdered in the hallway, grew up to manage a restaurant and dreams of running her own animal sanctuary. Anna became a teacher. Maggie became an artist whose work includes a memorial shrine honoring her father's victims. Ben became an athlete, a college basketball player standing 6 feet 4 inches tall. Rebecca eventually began volunteering with Big Brothers, Big Sisters, working specifically with children who have incarcerated parents. She knows firsthand what these children go through, the stigma, the shame, the questions they face. She wants to help them understand that they are not guilty by association, that they can overcome this burden and reach their full potential. Donna's family, after years of grief and betrayal, was eventually able to reconnect with Bailey. The little girl they thought they had lost was returned to them, and healing began. The close-knit family of sisters was able to embrace Bailey as one of their own again, to tell her about her mother, Donna, to share memories and love that had been denied them for so long. The Murder of Donna Winger is a story about deception at its most calculated and cruel. It's about a man who valued his own desires above human life, who was willing to kill his wife and frame an innocent man to get what he wanted. It's about how appearances can be deceiving, how the most seemingly perfect people can hide the darkest intentions. It's also a story about truth eventually surfacing, about how guilt can burden a conscience until it must be revealed, about how careful investigation and forensic science can unravel even the most carefully constructed lie. Most of all, it's a story about resilience, about children who overcame the stigma of having a murderer for a father and built successful lives, about a mother who refused to let her children be destroyed by their father's crimes, about a family that found each other again after years of separation and pain. Mark Winger almost got away with the perfect murder. For years, he lived as a free man, celebrated as a hero, building a new life on the foundation of his wife's death and the destruction of an innocent man's reputation. But in the end, justice prevailed. The truth came out, and the man who thought he was smart enough to commit murder and walk away unscathed learned that some deceptions, no matter how carefully planned, will eventually unravel. The victims, Donna Winger and Roger Harrington, can never be brought back. The years of their lives stolen by Mark Winger's selfishness can never be recovered, but their names have been cleared, their memories honored, and the truth of what happened to them on that August day in 1995 is finally known. And perhaps that is the most important lesson of all. That truth matters. That justice, even when delayed, matters. That the victims, their families, and the community deserve to know what really happened, no matter how long it takes. Thank you for listening to tonight's true crime story. Rest peacefully knowing that another story awaits you next time, ready to accompany you on another journey toward restorative sleep. But if you're still awake, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories. And until next time, stay safe and take care. Good night.